Hello. Hello, welcome back to the stream. Blah, blah. And I just woke up. But it's time to fly across China. Big day today. Big day. I also noticed that the music was quite loud in my stream yesterday, so I'm gonna tone down the music today. Yeah, I think we're good. So yesterday we landed in Changchun Airport and we wanted to make our way down towards Shenyang. Yep. Yeah, we made an emergency landing here. I think we'll get started right away. Ah. I have to also reduce the sound for the game itself. Yeah. Okay, so today we are starting off at Changchun Airport, which is this cute little airport up in the Jilin, what was it? Jilin province of northeastern China. I'm gonna try and fly low, like around 6,000 feet while we're cruising, so that we can get a bit of the scenery while we move down to Shenyang. Before we begin, let's get our flight plan. The heck were we? Changchun. What is ZYCC? DCHC. DCHC. Oh shit. ZYTX. Fuck. Oh yeah, this bug. Shit. Okay, it looks like this airport might not be... Yeah, it might not be in the game. I mean, the closest we have is ZYCC. You know what? Let's do a VFR flight to Shenyang. How come I don't see anything on the map? ILS 6Y via Foxtrot 01. VFR rules. Yeah, we haven't done this in a while. Come on. Fuck it. It's a VFR flight. And I don't think beyond ATC will work. Because it is a VFR flight. Oh. But that is so loud when it begins.
Beyond ATC connected.
Yeah, this is the wrong flight. That's fine, we'll just ignore that. Okie doke. Gotta turn on the lights. Master is on. Tow heat is on. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Auxiliary fuel. Oh, okay. Load up our GPS. VFR landing. It should be fine. I'll make sure to go from airport to airports where SimBrief recognizes it. Next time. Yeah, once we get to Shenyang Airport. Or Taoshan? I think it's called Taoshan. I'm sorry if I won't be able to pronounce any of these airports around the world properly. So I apologize in advance. But there ain't no way that I can properly pronounce all of these airports around the world. We are good to go. Taking off. Wheels up. Flaps. We are going to maintain VFR rules. I believe that means when we are going west, we need to choose an odd number. Go down, let's go to 7,000 feet. Those buildings are very green. They are very green, okay. Oh shit, I didn't start the Bing Maps thing. Uh-oh. I may have to restart the game once we get to Shenyang Airport because I didn't enable the whatchamacallit, map enhancement mod. Now the rolling cache is messed up for the game. But yeah, the default map textures, I think people said for the United States it's not bad, but I think for other parts of the world, map enhancement mod does make a difference. This is default map, right? I think it's much more lower res than anything we've seen. Because we've been flying with the map enhancement mod so far. I think that's why the buildings are green, actually. It's going to be a very chill flight. Once again, this game is very chill. So if I remember correctly, Jilin County or Jilin Province was a quite it's a quite populated and industrialized area of northeastern China. They have a lot of industry. They have a lot of people. They also do a lot of natural resource extraction, so mining, lumber milling, and so on. I think the Wikipedia said there were about, what was it? 30 million, 40 million people here, which is quite a lot. And the most surprising thing I learned was that in the Jilin province, there is a autonomous Korean prefecture where a lot of ethnic Koreans live. It should be a relatively short flight, I think. China is deceptively large when looking at it from a map. It looked like it wasn't that far. Okay, it's pretty fucking far. Kwangjuling Air Base, military air base.
Engaging autopilot.
Altitude 7,000 and yep. We are taxing our engines a little bit too much. Minute flight to the next leg. You know what, let's push it. Full throttle. We are cruising at 7,000 feet at 168.9 instrument airspeed, which is also 191.92 true airspeed. 23 minutes onto the next leg, and then it will be a bit shorter to the airport. Yeah, I do think map enhancement mod version of the map is better in areas like this. Look at how flat and low res the ground is. Now, I've been to some countries in the past, like as a tourist, just visiting and sightseeing, but I've never been to China. I've only been to the airports. Okay, now that we've settled, let's get some basic info about Shenyang. Xinjiang. We never did find out a way to get TTS working on Wikipedia pages without it reading the citation numbers. Like, this is what the default sounds like. Read aloud.
Shenyang, B, formerly known by its Manchu name Mukden, C, is a sub-provincial city in China and the provincial capital of Liaoning Province. It is the province's most populous city with a population of 9,070,093 as of the 2020 census. 5. Also making it the largest city in northeast China by urban population, and the second largest by metropolitan population, behind Harbin. 6. The Shenyang metropolitan area is one of the major megalopolises in China, with a population of over 23 million. The city's administrative region includes the 10 metropolitan districts, the county-level city of Xinmin, and the counties of Kongping and Faku. Shenyang has been controlled by numerous different states and peoples during its history. In the 14th century, the city came under the control of the Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1644, for whom it served as an important military stronghold. The 1621 Battle of Xinliao resulted in Shenyang briefly serving as the capital of the Jurchen later Jin Dynasty, the direct predecessor of the Qing Dynasty, 1644 to 1912. 7. The 1905 Battle of Mukden took place south of Shenyang as part of the Russo-Japanese War.
Oh, this is the Battle of Mukden?
The subsequent Japanese victory allowed its annexation of the region west of the Old City and the increase of Japanese influence in Shenyang. In 1931, the Mukden incident led to the Japanese invasion and occupation of the rest of northeast China, and the establishment of the puppet state of Manchukuo. After the Japanese surrender in 1945, Shenyang remained a stronghold of the Kuomintang until its capture by the Communists in 1948 following the Liaoshan campaign. Together with its surrounding cities, Shenyang is an important industrial center in China, 8, and serves as the transportation and commercial hub of China's northeast, particularly involved in links with Japan, Russia, and Korea, 9, a center of heavy industry in China since the 1930s, and the spearhead of the Chinese central government's Northeast Area Revitalization Plan, 10, the city has been diversifying its industry, including expanding into the service sector. Growing industries include software, automotive, and electronics. Shenyang is also a major city for scientific research and education in northeast China. As of 2023, it was listed among the top 125 cities by scientific output in the world, as tracked by the Nature Index. 11. The city is home to several major universities, notably Northeastern University and Liaoning University, listed as prestigious universities in the double first-class construction.
What the heck is the double fat first-class construction? Early history. Read aloud.
Archaeological findings show that humans resided in present-day Shenyang as early as 8,000 years ago. The remains of the Shinla culture, a late Neolithic period society over 6,800 to 7,200 years old, 5, are located in a museum in the north part of Huanggu district. It is complemented by a recreated village on site. The city now known as Shenyang was first established c. 300 BCE during the Warring States period by Yan General Qin Kai, who conquered the Liaodong region from Gojosian. 13. It was then named Ho City, Ho Chang. Around 350 years later, during the reign of Emperor Guangwu of Han, the city was sacked and burnt by the Donghu nomads and subsequently abandoned. The area of modern Shenyang was divided between two commanderies called Liaodong and Xuantusi, 107 CE. Liaodong was seized by a Han governor in 189. Liaodong and Xuantu were briefly united under Chao Wei and the Jin dynasty, 266 to 420. The region was in disarray during the 4th century until the Goguryeo occupied both commanderies in 404. Under Goguryeo, the city was called Gaemo. They established the cities of Zuantaching and Gaimauching in the region.
Okay.
The Sui dynasty recaptured the area and established a new Liaodong commandery in what is now modern Shenyang. In 645, the Tang dynasty invaded Goguryeo and captured Zuantaching and Gaimauching. Soon after, Liaodong was administratively reorganized and enjoyed nearly 250 years of stability and development. 14. In 916, the Shenyang.
Okay, let me check to see. Let's learn more about Goguryeo, because I did talk about a little bit before, which is like a hybrid society, ancient society between Koreans, Manchurians, and the Chinese, because of where it was located. Yeah, hold on. You can download the entire English Wikipedia without images and media, and it's only 20 to 30 gigabytes. Huh. Neat. Ooh, I found it. Okay, I found a Chrome extension that allows me to remove the links. So let's listen to Wikipedia page about 고구려. Just
Goguryeo, 37 BC, 668 AD, Korean, Hanja, RR, Goguryeo, lit. High Castle, Korean pronunciation, Old Korean, Goryeo, also later known as Goryeo, Korean, Hanja, RR, Goryeo, lit. High and Beautiful, Korean pronunciation, Middle Korean, Kwaoli, was a Korean kingdom which was located on the northern and central parts of the Korean peninsula and the southern and central parts of modern-day northeast China, Manchuria. At its peak of power, Goguryeo encompassed most of the Korean peninsula and large parts of Manchuria, along with parts of eastern Mongolia, inner Mongolia, and modern-day Russia. Along with Beech and Silla, Goguryeo was one of the three kingdoms of Korea. It was an active participant in the power struggle for control of the Korean peninsula and was also associated with the foreign affairs of neighboring polities in China and Japan. Goguryeo was one of the great powers in East Asia until its defeat by a Silla-Tang alliance in 668 after prolonged exhaustion and internal strife following the death of Yun Gaesaman. After its fall, its territory was divided between the Tang dynasty, later Silla, and Balhae. The name Goryeo, alternatively spelled Koryo, a shortened form of Goguryeo, Koguryo, was adopted as the official name in the 5th century, and is the origin of the English name Korea. Names and etymology. The kingdom was originally called Goryeo, Old Korean, Yale, Kwoli, or something similar to Kaukuri. Both words were derived from *kuru or *kolo, which meant castle or fortress. The word was possibly a wanderwort like the Middle Mongolian Kotoen. Several possible cognates for exist as well, which was used at a later stage as an administrative subdivision with the spelling of Kwol, as in Moihwal/Michwawol, alongside the likely cognate of Kwol. Nam Punghyun presents it also as a beach term, probably a cognate with the Goguryeo word with the same meaning and spelling. The iteration of Sayarapel as *Sayarakyuy equated the Old Korean word for village, Pel with the Old Japanese one for castle key, considered a borrowing from beach *Kui, in turn of
we don't need to know how it's spelled.
*Sayarakyuy.
History and origins.
The earliest record of the name of Goguryeo can be traced to geographic monographs in the Book of Han and is first attested as the name of one of the subdivisions of the Schwantu Commandery, established along the trade routes within the Amnok River Basin following the destruction of Gojoseon in 113 BC. The American historian Christopher Beckwith offers the alternative proposal that the Goguryeo people were first located in or around Liaoxi, western Liaoning, and parts of Inner Mongolia, and later migrated eastward, pointing to another account in the Book of Han. The early Goguryeo tribes from whom the administrative name is derived were located close to or within the area of control of the Schwantu Commandery. Its tribal leaders also appeared to have held the ruler title of Marquis over said nominal Jayaguli/Goguryeo County. The collapse of the first Schwantu Commandery in 75 BC is generally attributed to the military actions of the Goguryeo natives. In the Old Book of Tang, 945, it is recorded that Emperor Taizong refers to Goguryeu's history as being some 900 years old. According to the 12th century Samguk Sagi and the 13th century Samguk Yusa, a prince from the Bio kingdom named Jimeng fled after a power struggle with other princes of the court and founded Goguryeo in 37 BC in a region called Jalban Bio, usually thought to be located in the middle Amnok/Yalu and Hun River basin. The Samguk Sagi, a text from the 12th century in Goryeo, claims that Goguryeo was founded in 37 BC, but today the date of the dynasty's foundation is in doubt, as archaeological evidence suggests that Goguryeo was founded before Silla, and 4 things support this. Kim Pusik was a 12th century historian and author of the Samguk Sagi, History of the Three Kingdoms. Since he was a descendant of the Silla royal family, it is likely that he distorted history to show the superiority of his ancestor, Silla, and this is undeniable. Since Kim Pusik wrote the history of the Three Kingdoms at least 5 centuries after the events of the Three Kingdoms and was not an eyewitness to the events of that era, his book is considered a secondary source and cannot be considered a primary source alone. The age of Goguryeo in the Samguk Sagi contradicts what is inscribed in Gwangito the Great Stele, which is a primary source. Gwangito the Great Stele states that Goguryeo is 900 years old, but the Samguk Sagi mentions Goguryeo as a dynasty that lasted 705 years. Also, the Old Book of Tang, 945, a primary source, written by Li Shimin, Tizong, mentions that Goguryeo is about 900 years old. In 75 BC, a group of Yemek who may have originated from Goguryeo made an incursion into China's Xuantu Commandery west of the Yalu. The first mention of Goguryeo as a group label associated with Yemek tribes is a reference in the Han Shu that discusses a Goguryeo revolt in 12 AD, during which they broke away from the influence of the Xuantu Commandery. According to Book 37 of the Samguk Sagi, Goguryeo originated north of ancient China, then gradually moved east to the side of Taidong River. At its founding, the Goguryeo people are believed to be a blend of people from Bio and Yemek, as leadership from Bio may have fled their kingdom and integrated with existing Yemek chiefdoms. The records of the Three Kingdoms, in the section titled Accounts of the Eastern Barbarians, implied that Bio and the Yemek people were ethnically related and spoke a similar language. Chinese people were also in Goguryeo. Book 28 of Samguk Sagi stated that many people of China fled to east of the sea due to the chaos of war by Qin and Han. Later Han dynasty established the 4 commanderies, and in 12 AD Goguryeo made its first attack on the Xuantu Commandery. The population of Xuantu Commandery was about 221,845 in 2 AD, and they lived in the commandery's 3 counties of Jiaguli, Shangyantai, and Zagama. Later on, Goguryeo gradually annexed all the 4 commanderies of Han during its expansion. Both Goguryeo and Beach shared founding myths and originated from Bio. Jimeng and the Foundation Myth. Main article, Jimeng. Image of Dalshan from the Goguryeo era Oho Tomb 4. The earliest mention of Jimeng is in the 4th century Gwangito stele. Jimeng is the modern Korean transcription of the Hanja Jimeng, Chumo, or Jungmo. The stele states that Jimeng was the first king and ancestor of Goguryeo and that he was the son of the prince of Bio and daughter of Habak, Korean, Hanja, the god of the Amnok River or, according to an alternative interpretation, the sun god Habak, Korean. The Samguk Sagi and Samguk Yusa paint additional detail and names Jimeng's mother as Yuwa, Korean, Hanja. Jimeng's biological father was said to be a man named Hamosu who is described as a strong man and a heavenly prince. The river god chased Yuwa away to the Yubal River, Korean, Hanja, due to her pregnancy, where she met and became the concubine of Jumwa. Jimeng was well known for his exceptional archery skills.
This is like the creation
Eventually,
myth.
Jumwa's sons became jealous of him,
It's not
and
really
Jimeng
based
was forced
on
to
history,
leave
it's
Eastern
based
Bio.
on like a
The
romanticized
stele and later Korean
mythology
sources disagree
of
as to which
how
Bio
Goguryeo
Jimeng
came
came
to
from.
be.
The stele says he came from Bio, and the Samguk Yusa and Samguk Sagi say he came from Eastern Bio. Jimeng eventually made it to Jalban, where he married Sociono, daughter
It's like
of its ruler.
the romance of the Three
He
Kingdoms.
subsequently became king himself,
So-
founding Goguryeo.
For those of you who might be familiar with the story of the Three Kingdoms, there is the the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a historically based novel written in ancient China about even more ancient times in China when the Three Kingdoms existed. There are historical records about the Three Kingdom period and archaeological findings and the actual historical accounts of what happened versus the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which it's still based on the historical, like some of the historical events that occurred during that time, but it introduces like fictionalized and romanticized characters and storylines and events, or romanticized version of historical events that we know as the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. So the story about Jumong and the creation myth of the Goguryeo kingdom, we're seeing a mix of that, right? 삼국 유사 and 삼국 사기 are, I think they were supposed to be a lot more historical and not necessarily like a historical novel, written by Korean authors, essentially. But yeah, more
Me jealous
about
of him, and Jumong was forced to leave.
let's move on over
Goguryeo
to
developed
actual
from a league of
history.
various Yemek tribes to an early state and rapidly expanded its power from their original basin of control in the Han River drainage. In the time of Tijodi in 53 AD, 5 local tribes were reorganized into 5 centrally ruled districts. Foreign relations and the military were controlled by the king. Early expansion might be best explained by ecology. Goguryeo controlled territory in what is currently central and southern Manchuria and northern Korea, which are both very mountainous and lacking in arable land. Upon centralizing, Goguryeo might have been unable to harness enough resources from the region to feed its population and thus, following historical pastoralist tendencies, would have sought to raid and exploit neighboring societies for their land and resources. Aggressive military activities may have also aided expansion, allowing Goguryeo to exact tribute from their tribal neighbors and dominate them politically and economically. Taejo conquered the Okjeo tribes of what is now northeastern Korea, as well as the Dongya and other tribes in southeastern Manchuria and northern Korea. From the increase of resources and manpower that these subjugated tribes gave him, Tijodi led Goguryeo in attacking the Han commanderies of Lelong and Schwantu on the Korean and Liaodong peninsulas, becoming fully independent from them. Generally, Tijodi allowed the conquered tribes to retain their chieftains, but required them to report to governors who were related to Goguryeo's royal line. Tribes under Goguryeo's jurisdiction were expected to provide heavy tribute. Tijodi and his successors channeled these increased resources to continuing Goguryeo's expansion to the north and west. New laws regulated peasants and the aristocracy, as tribal leaders continued to be absorbed into the central aristocracy. Royal succession changed from fraternal to patrilineal, stabilizing the royal court. The expanding Goguryeo kingdom soon entered into direct military contact with the Liaodong commandery to its west. Around this time, Chinese warlord Gongsun Kang established the Daifeng commandery by separating the southern half from the Lelong commandery. Balji, a brother of King Sansang of Goguryeo, defected to Kang and asked for Kang's aid to help him take the throne of Goguryeo. Although Goguryeo defeated the first invasion and killed Balji, in 209, Kang invaded Goguryeo again, seized some of its territory and weakened Goguryeo. Pressure from Liaodong forced Goguryeo to move their capital in the Han River Valley to the Yalu River Valley near Wando. Goguryeo Wei Wars. Main article, Goguryeo Wei War. In the chaos following the fall of the Han dynasty, the former Han commanderies had broken free of control and were ruled by various independent warlords. Surrounded by these commanderies, who were governed by aggressive warlords, Goguryeo moved to improve relations with the newly created dynasty of Chao Wei in China and sent tribute in 220. In 238, Goguryeo entered into a formal alliance with Wei to destroy the Liaodong commandery. When Liaodong was finally conquered by Wei, cooperation between Wei and Goguryeo fell apart and Goguryeo attacked the western edges of Liaodong, which incited a Wei counterattack in 244. Thus, Goguryeo initiated the Goguryeo-Wei War in 242, trying to cut off Chinese access to its territories in Korea by attempting to take a Chinese fort.
I also realized that I had the compressor on for my desktop audio, and that might have been messing with the audio balancing and mixes for the game, the TTS for Wikipedia, and also my music. I turned it off. I hope it sounds a little bit better. It shouldn't be like bringing up the background noises, like the propeller noises or the game noises while the TTS is being read. Yeah, we are approaching the airport. Kaohsiung Airport. Kaohsiung? Once we land, I'm gonna have to restart my game and turn on the mods properly, because it's a little fucked right now. Like, these mountains they have less definitions in terms of their like textures and their geometry, because my map enhancement mod isn't activated properly. Yeah, look at that. So I wonder if we can tune into where is it? ATIS 127450.
Hotel. Kaohsiung Airport Information Hotel. 0007 Zulu. Wind 220 at 5. Temperature 26. 2.10. Q1 H1011. Careful conditions. Landing and departing runway 24. Transition level 118. Advise on initial contact. You have Information Hotel.
Information Hotel.
Kaohsiung Airport Information Hotel. 0007 Zulu. Wind 220 at 5. Temperature 26.
118100.
Q1 H1011. Careful conditions. Landing and departing runway 24. Transition level 118. Advise on initial contact. You have information.
Kaohsiung Tower, Charlie 69 at 7,000 feet, requesting VFR landing on runway 24. That's not the right runway. Oops.
Kaohsiung Tower Charlie 69, we don't see you at assigned departure runway as yet. Contact ground for taxi instructions.
Charlie 69 requesting approach to runway 06. I wonder if this works. I don't think it will work. Like, the Beyond ATC system can't dynamically like change stuff from your flight plan.
Kaohsiung Tower Charlie 69, your flight plan includes approach to runway 24. Changes to approach are not supported at this time.
Yeah, I don't think this is supported. Land at runway 24. Tower Charlie 69 requesting vectors to ILS Yankee runway 24 approach.
Tower Charlie 69, your flight plan includes approach to runway 24. Vectors to ILS approach are not supported at this time.
Yeah, it's not supported. I mean, Beyond ATC is still being developed, so I hope one day they'll be able to add dynamic, like being able to dynamically ask towers to, like, being able to like have dynamic flight plans. So you can go around, land wherever you want. I know Beyond ATC is really meant for people who want to do like proper IFR flights, and I believe you're not supposed to like suddenly change whatever airport you want to go. But it would be cool if systems like BATC could open up the rules a little bit more for people who want to do that, so that the game feels more like a dynamic sandbox. But right now, it is limited to, the BATC system is limited to working with SimBrief. And the problem was the airport that we started off in wasn't in the SimBrief database. So the BATC system doesn't work properly in cases like this. We'll just do an yeah, you know what? Let's do an ILS approach, because why not? Oh, 103, okay. Okay. Let's set up our stuff. Let's first go down to 1,900. We are on GPS mode. Let's arm the approach mode. That's not the airport we want to go. Why is there another airport so close to this one? I think that's the airport that we're trying to get to, yep. What was ILS? What? Not ILS. QNH 1011. Okay, approaching initial approach fix.
All aircraft be advised information India now current, QNH 1011.
You really don't need to do an ILS landing here. I believe the minimum was around 300 feet. Take wide slope, engaged. I have no idea what the warning is about. Okay, the plane is not that stable, so let me try to stabilize it a little bit.
Charlie 69, immediately. Immediately stop your takeoff roll. You do not have takeoff clearance.
Yeah, I'm not taking off, dude. I'm making an emergency landing in your airport because I didn't set up the flight plan properly.
Charlie 69, immediately. Immediately stop your takeoff roll. You do not have takeoff clearance.
I got it, I got it. Oh, there's a lot of planes here. Let me quickly mosey on over to the parking lot. Definitely not my assigned parking lot, but I don't have an assigned parking lot anyway. Okay, we have made it to Taoshan Airport. I am going to end this flight. And restart my app or game. I also have to restart my map enhancement thingy. I need to delete the rolling cache path. Okay. Clear all data in the mod itself too. Ah. Okay. Now we can safely restart. I think we make a direct flight to Beijing from Taoshan Airport. Okay, everything should be set up again. Want to make sure that weather is live, traffic is off, because the traffic will come from the BATC system. Okay, we are back. We go into an aircraft. Let's fuel up first. Okay, now we're going to plan our flights carefully. And by that I mean we want to make sure we start off and land in an airport supported by SimBrief. I believe we are in ZYTX. Yes. ZYTX. I think it was touching ZBAA. Beijing International Airport. $399 miles. IFR rules. Generate. Now we turn on BATC.
Beyond ATC connected.
Probably a very complicated airport. turn on the plane. Listen into ATIS. One, 2745. Nothing? Okay. Through. One, two, one, 8, 0. 1, 2, 1, 6, 7, 5. Okay. 6, 7, 5. Clearance Charlie 69 requesting IFR clearance to Beijing International.
Charlie 69, Taoxian Tower. You do not have IFR clearance at this time. Contact ground for further instructions.
Uh-oh. It's bugged again. One, 2, 1, 8, 0. I don't have any IFR clearance. Did I mess this up? Normally you just get...
Charlie 69, ready for departure, runway 24.
Charlie 69, you are nowhere near 24. Why in the world are you asking for departure clearance?
Roger that. Charlie 69.
Status bad pilot. What the fuck is going on? I need to get IFR clearance. Well... Let's turn on the engines. This looks bugged.
Beyond ATC connected.
Come on, game. Ah. Four 3-0. Charlie 69, request IFR clearance.
Center, Charlie 69, you do not have IFR clearance. Please contact ground for further instructions.
Charlie 69, request IFR clearance.
Center, Charlie 69, you do not have IFR clearance. Please make a taxi request and check the frequency.
Am I crazy or is this like bugged?
Charlie 69, radio check.
Charlie 69, readability file.
Hold on a minute. Generate. Import. Send to avionics. Turn off BATC, turn it back on. God, that is so loud. Okay, this has got to work. Come on. So let's tune into. Let's try this again. 12745.
Taxian Airport
Yeah, it
Information
works.
Juliet. 0107 Zulu. Wind 210 at 4. Temperature 27. Dew point 11. QNH 1011. VFR conditions. Landing and departing runway 24. Transition level 118. Read back or hold short instructions. Advice on initial contact. You have information Juliet.
Okay, information Juliet QNH 1011.
Taxian Airport Information Juliet. 0107 Zulu. Wind 210 at 4. Temperature 27. Dew point 11. QNH 1011. VFR conditions. Landing and departing runway 24. Transition level 118.
218.
Read back or hold short instructions. Advice on initial contact. You have information Juliet. Taxian
Frequency does not exist. 1219. Does not exist. 12195. Frequency does not exist. What about clearance? 121675. Does not exist. Tower 11810. Frequency does not exist. Well, what frequency does exist? Okay, I guess there's some sort of a mismatch between the in-game radio and the beyond ATC radio. Delivery. Charlie 69 request IFR clearance as filed.
Charlie 69, taxi and delivery. Expect runway 24. On this 71 Delta departure. On this transition, initial climb to 6,000 feet. Squawk 6446.
Expect runway 24 on the 71D departure. On this transition. Altitude 6,000 feet, squawk 6446, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, read that correct. Contact ground 121.9 when ready for start or taxi.
Affirmative, Charlie 69. Yeah, something broke with the in-game communication wheel. Not wheel, communication system. Let me just use this.
China Southern 681, IFR to Incheon Airport. China Southern 681, RAM 30, request pushback. United Eagle 2713, contact Taoxian Tower 124.3.
Over to Tower 124.3, United Eagle 2713. Have a good morning.
China Southern 681, Taoxian ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face northwest. Pushback approved. Face northwest. China Southern 681.
Charlie 69, request taxi to runway.
Charlie 69, runway 24 taxi via Alpha.
Runway 24, taxi via Alpha, Charlie 69. Okay, let's taxi to runway. Now that we got IFR clearance, everything should be good to go.
Charlie 69, contact Taoxian Tower 124.3.
Tower on 124.3, Charlie 69.
United Eagle 2713, contact Shenyang departure 126.55.
Contact Shenyang departure 126.55, United Eagle 2713.
Charlie 69 with information Juliet, requesting departure runway 24.
Charlie 69, you are nowhere near 24. Why in the world are you asking for departure clearance?
This. Sorry about that. Oh shit. That is not the runway. Also set up my... Alright, let's hold short and then I'll set this up. I'll have this open in the corner because I need this to switch frequencies. I can no longer switch frequencies with the plane. Our initial climb was 6,000 feet. Make sure we have the right departure procedure. It was only uh 61B, right? Seven 1D. Fuck. How do pilots like write this shit down so quickly? Charlie 69 with information Juliet. Holding short runway 24, request departure.
Charlie 69, Taojian Tower, runway 24, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 24 cleared for takeoff. Charlie 69. Okie doke.
Taojian Tower, Shandong 8441, ILS Yankee runway 24. Shandong 8441, Taojian Tower, continue. Roger, Shandong 8441.
Taking off in 3.
China Southern
2.
681, ready to go. Runway 24.
Oh. 1.
China Southern 681, hold short of 24.
Wilco, hold short of 24. China Southern 681.
China Southern 681, runway 24, line up and wait.
Runway 24, line up and wait. China Southern 681.
Taojian Tower, Chang'an 8373, ILS Yankee runway 24. Chang'an 8373, Taojian Tower, continue. Roger, Chang'an 8373. China Southern 681, Taojian Tower, runway 24, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 24, cleared for takeoff. China Southern 681.
Charlie 69, reset transponder. Squawk 6446.
Block 6446. Charlie 69. I didn't turn it on. Fuck.
Charlie 69, contact Shenyang departure 126.55.
Departure 126.55. Charlie 69. Have a good day.
Shandong 8441, runway 24 clear to land. Runway 24 clear to land. Shandong 8441. China Southern.
Charlie 69 at 2,500 feet.
Shenyang, China Southern 681. Good morning. 1,300 feet. China Southern 681. Shenyang departure. Identified. Climb to 10,000 feet. Climb to 10,000 feet. China Southern 681. Charlie 69. Shenyang departure. Identified. Climb to 10,000 feet.
Climb to 10,000 feet. Charlie 69.
Engaging autopilot.
I think that's like an airspace warning, but I don't know what that is. Can I Google this?
China Southern 681. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9. China Southern 681.
If anyone knows what that beeping is, I think sometimes I get M, which I think is transponder related, but I don't know what O is. So if anyone knows what that is, let me know in the comments.
Charlie 69. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9.
Control on 118.9. Charlie 69. Control Charlie 69 at 7,700 feet.
Charlie 69, Shenyang Control. Identified. Climb to flight level 120.
Climb to flight level 120, Charlie 69.
China Southern 6210. You were assigned flight level 300. I show you at flight level 289er.
Ooh,
Climb to
someone's
flight
getting
level
told off.
300. Wilco, climb to flight level 300. China Southern 6210.
Yeah, the map texture's looking a lot better now for that. Compared to what it was like before.
China Southern 681. You were assigned flight level 115. I show you at flight level 125. Descend to flight level 115.
Yeah, let's tone that down.
Welcome. Descend to flight level 115. China Southern 681.
Oh, it completely doesn't work. Okay.
China Southern 6210. Shenyang Control. Expect Laren 11 Alpha. Runway 23 right.
Okay, we are still climbing to 120,000 feet.
Charlie 69, Shenyang Control. Expect Osuba 7 X-ray. Runway 01.
Expect Osuba 7 X-ray, runway 01, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, Osuba 7 X-ray. Runway 01. Report ready for descent.
Affirmative, Charlie 69. Why are we...
Charlie 69, Osuba 7 X-ray. Runway 01. Verify ready for descent.
Huh?
Osuba 7 X-ray, runway 01. Call when ready, Charlie 69.
We are so far away. Anyways, we'll just let that hang there in the background. I want to know where we are. We are now flying westward from Shenyang. Going over Taishan County. Taishan County and Baijian. Okay. Taishan County. It is a country of north-central Liaoning. It is under the administration and occupies the northeastern corner of Jinzhou City. Let's learn about Liaoning. Liaoning.
Liaoning is a coastal province in northeast China that is the smallest, southernmost, and most populous province in the region. With its capital at Shenyang, it is located on the northern shore of the Yellow Sea and is the northernmost coastal province of the People's Republic of China. Historically a gateway between China proper and Manchuria, the modern Liaoning province was established in 1907 as Fengtian or Fengtian province and was renamed Liaoning in 1929. It was also known at that time as Mukden province for the Manchu name of Shengjing, the former name of Shenyang. Under the Japanese puppet Manchukuo regime, the province reverted to its 1907 name, but the name Liaoning was restored for a brief time in 1945 and then again in 1954. Liaoning borders the Yellow Sea, Korea Bay, and Bohai Sea in the south, North Korea's North Pyongan and Chagang provinces in the southeast, Jilin to the northeast, Hebei to the southwest, and Inner Mongolia to the northwest. The Yalu
Cruise
River
at around
marks the province's
75%
border with
load.
North Korea, emptying into the Korea Bay between Dandong in Liaoning and Sinuiju in North Korea. Liaoning is also one of China's leading provinces in research and education. As of 2023, two major cities in Liaoning ranked in the world's top 200 cities, Dalian 37th and Shenyang 124th, by scientific research output, as tracked by Nature Index. E-Index. Name. Liaoning is named after the Liao River that runs through the province. Ning, peace, is used frequently in Chinese place names including Ningxia, Xining, and Nanning. The current name was first adopted in 1929 and restored in 1954 upon the merging of the Liaoxi, West Liao, and Liaodong, East Liao, provinces. History. Prior to 3rd century BC, Donghu, Gujoseon, and Yemek peoples inhabited Liaoning. The state of Yen conquered the area around 300 BC. Two commanderies, Liaodong, east of the Liao River, and Liaoxi, west of the Liao River, were established within the Liaoning region. The Yen city of Xiangping, the center of Liaodong, was located on the site of the present Liaoyang city. As the Han dynasty fell, warlord Gongsun Du and his family established and maintained a semi-independent state based in Liaodong, until it was defeated by Cao Wei in 238. The state, also known as Yen, conducted numerous maritime diplomatic and trade expeditions, and had a lasting influence on Northeast Asian culture despite being short-lived. After the end of Western Jin dynasty, Liaoning was ruled by Xin-Bei states of the Morong tribe, former Yen, later Yen, and Northern Yen. In 436, as Northern Wei seized the Yen capital, Liaodong Peninsula was taken over by Goguryeo. The Tang dynasty annexed the region during the Goguryeo-Tang War. However, when the Enlushan rebellion drained Tang's resources away from its frontiers, Bohai gradually expanded into Liaodong. Eventually, Liaoning was conquered by the Khitan Liao dynasty, followed by the Jurchen Jin dynasty and the Mongol Empire. The Ming Empire took control of Liaoning in 1371, just 3 years after the expulsion of the Mongols from Beijing. Around 1442, a defense wall was constructed to defend the agricultural heartland of the province from a potential threat from the Jurchen Mongol Oryang Han, who were Ming's tributaries, from the northwest. Between 1467 and 1468, the wall was expanded to protect the region from the northeast as well, against attacks from Jianzhou Jurchens, who were later to become known as the Manchu people. Although similar in purpose to the Great Wall of China, this Liaodong wall was of a lower-cost design. While stones and tiles were used in some parts, most of the wall was in fact simply an earth dike with moats on both sides. Despite the Liaodong wall, the Jurchens conquered Liaodong, or Eastern Liaoning, in the early 17th century, decades before the rest of China fell to them. The Jurchen dynasty, styled later Jin before being renamed to Qing, established its capital in 1616 to 1621 in Xinjiang, which was located outside of the Liaodong wall in the eastern part of the modern Liaoning province. It was moved to Dongjing, east of today's Liaoyang, Liaoning, and finally in 1625 to Shengjing, now Shenyang, Liaoning. Although the main Qing capital was moved from Shengjing to Beijing after it fell to the Qing in 1644, Shengjing retained its importance as a regional capital throughout most of the Qing era. The Qing conquest of Liaoning resulted in a significant population loss in the area, as many local Chinese residents were either killed during fighting or fled south of the Great Wall, many cities being destroyed by the retreating Ming forces themselves. As late as 1661, the civil governor, Queen, of Fengtian province, Zhang Shengxin reported that, outside of Fengtian City, Shenyang, Liaoyang, and Haicheng, all other cities east of the Liao River were either abandoned, or hardly had a few hundred residents left. In the governor's words, Tiling and Fushan only have a few vagrants. West of the Liao, only Mingyuan, Jinzhou, and Guangning had any significant populations remaining. In the latter half of the 17th century, starting with laws issued in 1651 and 1653, the Imperial Qing government recruited migrants from south of the Great Wall, notably from Shandong, to settle the relatively sparsely populated area of Fengtian province, roughly corresponding to today's Liaoning. Many of the current residents of Liaoning trace their ancestry to these 17th century settlers. The rest of China's northeast, however, remained officially off-limits to Han Chinese for most of the Manchu era. To prevent the migration of Chinese to those regions, today's Jilin and Heilongjiang, as well as the adjacent parts of Inner Mongolia, the so-called Willow Palisade was constructed, circa 1638, c. 1672. The palisade encircled the agricultural heartlands of Fengtian, running in most areas either somewhat outside the old Ming Liaodong wall, or reusing it, and separating it from the Manchu forests to the northeast and the Mongol grazing lands to the northwest. Later on, the Qing government tried to stop the migrants' flow to Fengtian or even to make some settlers return to their original places of residence, or, failing that, to legalize them. For example, an edict issued in 1704 commented on the recent Han Chinese settlers in Fengtian having failed to comply with earlier orders requiring them to leave, and asked them either to properly register and join a local defense group, Bao, or to leave the province for their original places within the next 10 years. 10 years later, naturally, another edict appeared, reminding of the necessity to do something with illegal migrants. In any event, the restrictive policy was not as effective as desired by the officials in Beijing, and Fengtian's population doubled between 1683 and 1734. During the Qing dynasty, Manchuria was ruled by 3 generals, one of whom, the general of Shengjing, Mukdenai Jiangyan, ruled much of modern Liaoning. In 1860, the Manchu government began to
It's
reopen
actually
the region to
quite
migration,
chilly up here.
which quickly resulted in Han Chinese becoming the dominant ethnic group in the region. In the 20th century, the province of Fengtian was set up in what is Liaoning today. When Japan and Russia fought the Russo-Japanese War in 1904 to 1905, many key battles took place in Liaoning, including the Battle of Port Arthur and the Battle of Mukden, which was, to that point, the largest land battle ever fought. During the warlord era in the early 20th century, Liaoning was under the Fengtian clique, including Zhang Zuolin and his son Zhang Shuoyang. The province first received its present name on January 29, 1929. The Zhongdong Railway incident took place later that year. In 1931, Japan invaded and the area came under the rule of the Japanese-controlled puppet state of Manchukuo. The Chinese Civil War that took place following Japanese defeat in 1945 had its first major battles, the Liaoshan Campaign, in and around Liaoning. At the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, Liaoning did not exist. Instead, there were 2 provinces, Liaodong and Liaoxi, as well as 5 municipalities, Shenyang, Luda, present-day Dalian, Anshan, Fushan, and Banshi. These were all merged into Liaoning in 1954, and parts of former Rihe province were merged into Liaoning in 1955. During the Cultural Revolution, Liaoning also took in a part of Inner Mongolia, though this was reversed later. Liaoning was one of the first provinces in China to industrialize, first under Japanese occupation, and then even more in the 1950s and 1960s. The city of Anshan, for example, is home to one of the largest iron and steel complexes in China. In recent years, this early focus on heavy industry has become a liability, as many of the large state-run enterprises have experienced economic difficulties. Recognizing the special difficulties faced by Liaoning and other provinces in northeast China because of their heritage of heavy industry, the Chinese central government recently launched a Revitalize the Northeast campaign. The Ming Liaodong Wall, in purple. The late Ming Liaodong, eastern Liaoning, separated by the wall from the Kingdom of the Jurchen, Regno di Nyocha. The map was created during the early Qing, and mentions that presently the Jurchen, Tardari del Qin, have already conquered the rest of China. The full picture of Shengjing area 1734. Liaodong, Liaotong, in the early Qing, surrounded by the Willow Palisade. This map, published in 1734, was based on data collected by Jesuits in the early 18th century. The capital is in Shenyang, Qinyang. Most other cities mentioned in Governor Zhang's report are shown as well. Geography. Landsat 7 image of western Liaoning. It is possible to think of Liaoning as 3 approximate geographical regions: the highlands in the west, plains in the middle, and hills in the east. The highlands in the west are dominated by the Nuluuru Mountains, which roughly follow the border between Liaoning and Inner Mongolia. The entire region is dominated by low hills. A narrow strip of coastal plains, known as the Liaoxi Corridor, connects the Liao River Basin to the North China Plain, ending at the Shanhai Pass of the Great Wall. The central part of Liaoning consists of a basin drained by rivers such as the Liao, Daliao, and their tributaries. This region is mostly flat and low-lying. The eastern part of Liaoning is dominated by the Changbai Mountains and Qianshan Mountains, which extend into the sea to form the Liaodong Peninsula. The highest point in Liaoning, Mount Wabozi, 1336 m, is found in this region. Liaoning has a continental monsoon climate, and rainfall averages to about 440 to 1,130 millimeters annually. Summer is rainy while the other seasons are dry. Further information on Bing Creek. Major cities: Shenyang, Dalian,
Okay. Paleontology. What?
Liaoning contains some of the foremost paleontological sites in the world. Known collectively as the Jihol Group, they include the Ishian Formation, Jupatang Formation, and Taijishan Formation. The name Jihol derives from a now defunct provincial division of that name, which covered an area that is now western Liaoning, eastern Hebei, and a small part of Inner Mongolia. Fossils were first found there during the 1920s. During the Japanese occupation of the area through the 1930s and early
skip the song
1940s,
again.
more fossils were found, but records of them were lost after World War II ended. The area remained relatively unexplored until the 1990s. It was in 1996 that Liaoning made the headlines with the announcement of the discovery of Sinosauropteryx prima, the first example of a filament feathered dinosaur. Sinosauropteryx prima was a small feathered meat-eating dinosaur from the lower Cretaceous Ishian Formation. This discovery pushed the evolution of feathers back in time and showed that dinosaurs, not only birds, had feathers. It also showed a direct evolutionary link between theropod dinosaurs and modern birds. Since then, dozens of groundbreaking finds have been discovered throughout the Jihol Group. These including the earliest flower, earliest eutherian mammal, known as Eomea, the earliest known metatherian, an intact embryo of a pterosaur, Repenomamus robustus, a 15 kilograms heavy mammal that ate dinosaurs, Sinornithosaurus millenii, as well as many birds and feathered dinosaurs. Discoveries such as De Long paradoxus, another feathered theropod, date to the early Cretaceous period. This is some 60 million years before Tyrannosaurus, and thus these discoveries push the evolution of feathers earlier than previously thought. The Liaoning fossils are noted for their high degree of preservation, often including soft body tissues, which is rare. Aside from the famous birds and feathered dinosaurs, the Liaoning fossils include insects, fish, aquatic arthropods, and plants. The Liaoning deposit is widely considered to be one of the world's premier fossil sites. The high level of preservation is believed to be due to how the animals died. The area was volcanically active, and large plumes of volcanic dust repeatedly covered the area, instantly killing and burying any living thing in the area. The extremely fine grain of the sediment and the chemical composition of the ash prevented the usual bacterial decay. In some specimens, extremely fine details can be seen, such as the proboscis of the bee Florina menstruus used to drink nectar from the earliest flowers. In other specimens, colors are still visible, including stripes on fish and spots on turtles. Politics. Main articles, Politics of Liaoning and List of Provincial Leaders of the People's Republic of China. The politics of Liaoning is structured in a single-party government.
No politics.
Level 320, China Eastern 6620.
Liaoning has the largest and wealthiest provincial economy of northeast China. Its nominal GDP for 2017 was 2.39 trillion yuan, ca 354 billion US dollars, making it the 14th largest in China, out of 31 provinces. Its per capita GDP was 54,745 yuan, 8,108 US dollars. Among the three provinces of northeast China, Liaoning is the largest in terms of GDP and GDP per capita. In 2008, Liaoning was the region with the highest GDP growth among global G8x8, the 8 provinces or states below national level with the highest GDP of the top 8 GDP nations. According to preliminary statistics, Liaoning maintained its GDP growth rate of 13.1% in 2009 and held its position as the province with the highest economic growth. Economic growth has since slowed down, with the economy expanding 3% in 2015 and contracting 1.3% in the first quarter of 2016. Leading industries include petrochemicals, metallurgy, electronics, telecommunications, and machinery. On a national level, Liaoning is a major producer of pig iron, steel and metal cutting machine tools, all of whose production rank among the top 3 in the nation. Liaoning is one of the most important raw materials production bases in China. Industries such as mining, quarrying, smelting and pressing of ferrous metals, petroleum and natural gas extraction are all of great significance. Meanwhile, Liaoning is an important production base of equipment and machinery manufacturing, with Shenyang and Dalian being the industrial centers. Enterprises such as Shenyang Jinbei Company Limited, Daxian Group Company Limited, and Shenyang Machine Tool Company Limited are leaders in their sectors. The province's light industry mainly focuses on textiles and clothing industries, which include cotton and wool spinning, chemical fiber production, knitting, silk production, and the manufacturing of both garments and textile machinery. In 2008, its tertiary industry accounted for 34.5% of total GDP. In the future, Liaoning will continue its efforts to restructure large and medium-sized state enterprises. Meanwhile, the province will concentrate in developing its 4 pillar industries: petrochemicals, metallurgy, machinery, and electronics. Liaoning is the place of origin of the Likachang Index, an alternative measure of economic performance where GDP figures are unreliable. Agriculture. Main agricultural products of Liaoning include maize, sorghum, and soybeans. The region around Dalian produces 3/4 of China's exported apples and peaches. Cotton is also produced. Liaoning's fruits include apples from Dalian and Inko, golden peaches from Dalian, pears from Beijing of Jinzhou, white pears from Huludao and Suizhong, and apricots and plums from Gushan of Dandong. Mining. Liaoning has the most iron, magnesite, diamond, and boron deposits among all province-level subdivisions of China. Liaoning is also an important source of petroleum and natural gas. Salt is produced along the coast. Oil. Along with Liaoning's rich mineral reserves, the province also has abundant deposits of crude oil, especially in the Liaohe oil field. Industry. Liaoning is one of China's most important industrial bases, covering a wide range of industries, including shipbuilding, machinery, electronics, metal refining, petroleum, chemical industries, construction materials, and coal. The sea off Dalian abounds with quality seafood, such as abalone, sea cucumber, scallops, prawns, crabs, and sea urchins. The big fish of Dandong, the jellyfish of Inko, and the clams of Panjin are known worldwide for their taste fresh from the sea, and in products made for domestic and international export. Trade.
Wait a minute. What is the big fish of Dandong?
Shenyang Control, Sky Legend 6061. Good morning, through 7,100 feet for 10,000 feet.
Sky Legend 6061, Shenyang Control, identified, climb to flight level 148.
Climb to flight level 148, Sky Legend 6061.
What the heck is the
China
big fish of
Eastern
Dandong?
2183, Shenyang Control, expect Omnis 11 Alpha, runway 24. Expect Omnis 11 Alpha, runway 24, China Eastern 2183.
Does it just mean like all large types of fish caught from Dandong? Or is it like referring to a specific type of a fish that's being caught in Dandong? Even a Google search is unclear. Okay. I think we are... Are we?
Shenyang Control, China Southern 6483, through 7,000 feet for 10,000 feet. China
Okay, I am a little bit lost about where we are on the map.
Climb to flight level 145.
Like, I need to visually match the area with Google Maps,
Climb
and
to
it's a
flight
bit
level
difficult.
145. China Southern 6483.
I think we are above Jinzhou. In Yi County, Liaoning. I believe this is Jinzhou. It's a city. It's like a very big city.
China Eastern 2183. Descend to 3,000 feet. QNH 1010. Descend to 3,000 feet. QNH 1010. China Eastern 2183. Shenyang Control, Shenzhen Air 9707, to 7,000 feet for 10,000 feet.
Yeah, I think we are just above Jinzhou, north of
Shenzhen Air
Jinzhou.
9707.
We will
Shenyang Control,
not be visiting
radar contact.
Jinzhou actually.
Continue climb to 10,000 feet. QNH 1010. Continue climb to 10,000 feet. QNH 1010. Shenzhen Air 9707.
Airspeed 188 knots. 8 gallons per hour. Okay. Yeah, China is a big place. It's so big that I'm tempted to use a faster plane. Because even if we go to Beijing, right? So we are on our way to Beijing from Shenyang. This flight takes over an hour. But like, how are we gonna make it down to the coast of China? It's gonna take days just to, like, it might take multiple days just to reach the southern part of China. And we have so many other places to visit. You know what, after this one, here's the thing. The reason why I don't want to take a jet engine aircraft is because it cruises at a much higher altitude. And so it wouldn't give us views like this, where we can kind of like look at the ground and see what's up. Take a look at the cities, the mountains, rivers, and stuff like that. I could try to fly the jet at lower altitudes over interesting places. Or maybe we can take like a different aircraft, like the like a turboprop aircraft, which should have a faster cruising speed at similar altitudes as the DA-62. Although I am less familiar with those types of aircraft, I'm a bit tempted. I really like this plane because it's easier to look outside and take in the view. I think there was one plane that I was thinking about when I was deciding which plane to choose, and it was I think it was the Beechcraft 350i or something. That should give us a faster cruise speed, even at like 12,000 feet. 12,000 feet, yeah. So, as much as I like this plane, now that we've flown for a day and a half, it's a bit slow. It's a bit slow. The world is much larger than I anticipated. And, you know, when I flew over the Korean Peninsula, it was pretty quick, even with the DA-62, relatively speaking. But this is a lot longer. I don't know, I want to find the right balance between altitude levels and cruising speed. The Vision Jet, it's nice, it's very fast, but it has a very high cruising altitude, and at lower altitudes it has a much less efficient fuel consumption. So yeah, after this one, why don't we try a different plane? Maybe a twin propeller aircraft. I believe those have like a cruising speed of. It might have a cruising speed of like 300 knots or something.
Shenyang Control, China Southern 6367, through 7,000 feet for 10,000 feet, direct PU.
China Southern 6367, Shenyang Control. Good day. Radar contact. Climb to flight level 125.
Climb to flight level 125, China Southern 6367.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. Let's try out a different plane once we land in Beijing. Okay. I'm gonna let you guys enjoy the view. I'm gonna go get myself a cup of coffee. And I'll be right back. There we go.
Tibet 6045. Contact Shenyang, approach 126.55.
Contact Shenyang, approach 126.55. Tibet 6045.
Okay. We are seeing a lot of mountains here.
Air China 1651 Heavy. Shenyang Control. Expect bombs 11 Alpha. Runway 24.
Expect on this 11 Alpha, runway 24, Air China 1651 Heavy.
Oh yeah, wasn't the plane that I liked when we were testing out all the propeller planes? I think it was the Pilatus. The Pilatus? The PC-12 Pilatus? I think it was. I remember I couldn't use the TBM because something about the plane killed my frames. But I think the PC-12 was okay. In fact, I think I chose the DA62 over the PC-12 because I thought the PC-12 was too fast. But now that I'm out in the real world, in the very real virtual world of Microsoft Flight Simulator, I need to be a bit quicker. This place looks cool though. Look at those mountains. Shadows and the definitions on them.
Air China 1651 Heavy. Descend to 3,000 feet. QNH1010. Descend to 3,000 feet. QNH1010. Air China 1651 Heavy.
Oh, I thought that was a tunnel, but it doesn't go anywhere. Maybe they're working on building a railroad, so it's like under construction. A lot of low, like medium altitude mountains here. Like these mountains aren't that high. There's like a lot of them. Try this out. So we have 18 gallons in each of our auxiliary fuel tanks on left and right. What happens when I turn the auxiliary fuel pump on? Oh shit. As I expected, it fuels up the main tanks. Cool. Let's burn some fuel. 100% thrust or throttle. Okay, are those clouds coming down towards the south? It looks like it's creeping down towards us. I think we'll manage to bypass most of this, but we will hit some clouds from Vtube to Wagner. Although I don't think it's rain. I believe next rad cannot tell if it's dry or wet clouds, so no, that's rain. Yep, that is 100% rain. Yep. Man, China would have been so much better if it wasn't ruled by a fucking single-party totalitarian system. Jesus. I know there's no politics in the chat, but like, man, as a South Korean, yeah, it would have been so much better. Can you imagine China as a liberal democratic state? That would have literally changed the very base of international politics. Like, completely. If China became a democratic state, it will also become the largest democratic state in the world. Because I think China has 1.3 billion people. Currently, India is the largest state with a democratic government. But India is a complicated case because it's described as an illiberal democracy. What that means is there is a democratic process in terms of elections and voting rights, but a lot of the core constitutional values or all the like the core national values and principles that are codified in a lot of the laws and the constitutions are illiberal, meaning it goes against a lot of the established rules and values and principles in political liberalism, which is more which is better exemplified by countries in Western Europe, Northern America, like the United States is a liberal democracy, Canada is a liberal democracy, South Korea is now a liberal democracy, so is Taiwan, and so on and so forth. Japan as well. Now, if you don't like liberal democracies, okay. But I do prefer it. I prefer to live in liberal democratic societies. And, you know, it's... If you actually look at some of the discussions within China and how Chinese politicians talk with other... like politicians from other nations like the United States, the Chinese politicians, even in the Communist Party, they don't come out and say we don't like liberal democracies. They're like, yes, that is the ideal political type, ideal type of political governance. However, China has specific cultural, historical contexts and characteristics that needs to be addressed, and it's like, it sounds like an excuse, but that's how they,
turn left, heading 005. Climb to
you know, the Chinese themselves aren't like, oh, we hate liberal democracy. They're just like, no, we gotta, it's a democracy with Chinese characteristics. If you've never heard of that phrase, it is the official description of the Chinese political system by the Communist Party. They consider China to be a democratic state. It's just it's a democracy with Chinese characteristics. Now, we all know that's not true. It's not democratic at all. But we gotta think about, why would they, like, China is the world's second largest, arguably the second most powerful nation in the world, right? No one's gonna like bat an eye if the Chinese Communist Party comes out and say, you know, we're not a democracy. We don't care. We don't like it. This is a totalitarian single-party state system. And we're not going to, you know, sugarcoat what's happening here. We think it's good. if they said something like that, like explicitly, no one would do anything about it because that's what everyone already knows. It's how it's like in China. But the fact that the Chinese leaders don't say that, they still pay lip service to this idea of a liberal democratic society, makes you wonder the staying power of liberal democratic ideals and values. Like, no one genuinely says, oh, I hate liberal democracy. Because when you talk about them outside of the context of domestic politics and whatnot, and you say like, okay, here's Earth, here's all the people in it, what would be like, based on our current knowledge and our current capabilities, what might be the most ideal type of governance system?
Shenyang Control. Expect Omnis 11 Alpha. Runway 24.
The vast majority of people living right now would say liberal democracy sounds really good. Like, it might not be possible to be completely democratic or live up fully to those ideals, but those are ideals. You gotta work towards them, exercise these ideals and values into reality through institutionalized procedures and practices, codify them into law, and so on and so forth. So people don't disagree with the idea of liberal democracy. It's just that when you add in all that domestic, local, political considerations, like, I like liberal democracy, but I also like to dominate my country with a single party system. Because in a liberal democracy, I can't dominate the political system. So, democracy with Chinese characteristics. Okay, this was probably the most political stuff I've said so far on my streams. I'm not gonna do it again. It's stupid. No matter what I say, people already made up their minds about it. I made up my mind about it. There's no point. Although it's interesting stuff to study. And I always encourage people to study. If you want to learn about stuff, go learn. Go study. Go to... It might not always be possible to go to undergraduate programs or graduate programs because they cost money and time. And you gotta weigh them against other options that you have. But there is a difference between people who have polemical political discussions on Twitter or Reddit or whatever platform you want to use versus actual academic study, actual theoretical discussions about international relations or political economy or political systems and so on and so forth. Right? The fact that the Chinese call the Chinese political system a democracy with Chinese characteristics, that's a fact. That's what they actually say. So this discussion is more about like, why does that happen? Like, why do they say that when it seems like they don't have to? They can be proud of the fact that they're not a democracy. Because it's not. So why do they call it a democracy? And that's the kind of discussion that people have when they talk about like the role of ideas, the influence of political ideas on governments and societies, and how societies interact with them. Right? In the Chinese case, they pay deference to the idea of democracy, they just don't actualize it at all. Now, it might seem a little bit oxymoronic, but yeah. Oh, another prime example, North Korea. North Korea is officially called the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Like I said, it's not a democracy. So why do they call it a Democratic People's Republic of Korea? Well, they are still paying deference to the idea of democracy. They just don't want to do it because, for practical reasons, they want the Kim family and the current established political system to remain in place. Having that kind of political, economic, and military control over society is something that the ruling party does not want to give up. At the same time, they don't have the balls to say, on a fundamental level, we think democracy is flawed, and we are ready to present our argument to the world to convince people. They are not confident that they can convince people to agree with the idea that democracy or liberal democracy is flawed or inferior to what the North Koreans have. They know it is not inferior, which is why they call their country a Democratic People's Republic of Korea. There are some political entities, like maybe not national level, maybe not at a national level, but at a well, actually there are Middle Eastern countries. A lot of them are monarchies. Like Saudi Arabia is a monarchy. It is definitely not democratic. But I don't know if the political elites or political leadership in Saudi Arabia also talk about their country's political system, like the Chinese do. You know, they might try to like sugarcoat the monarchical system by saying, "Oh, it's a monarchy, but look, we have a constitution," or "Look, we have some laws. Look, we have a token parliament that people might or may not elect freely that represents the people." Or they might say, "Oh, the monarchy listens to the people, so we don't need voting because the king already listens to the people keenly," or some bullshit like that. I don't know if the Saudis actually do that stuff, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. No one can come out of here and no one can go out into the world and say democracy. I think democracy is fundamentally, theoretically bad. There were groups who did say that, and like ISIS. Everyone hated ISIS. Like literally everyone in the world hated ISIS. So, you know. This video is definitely banned in China. Absolutely. But I don't give a fuck. Because I like the Chinese people. I hate the Chinese party. Because they are oppressing the Chinese people. Fuck you. I really shouldn't talk about politics in the live streams. But I can say anything I want because this is my stream. And no one is currently really watching these streams. So even if I see something political like this, about the political situations in China, you know, if you don't like it, fuck off. If you do like it, I don't know. I think it's not that controversial to say that the Chinese state would be better off if it was a liberal democracy. And also, like, the main thrust of my argument is that why does the Chinese leadership continue to insist that China is a democracy? You know, that's actually my main question. All these other stuff about like, oh, I think liberal democracy is better, that's besides the point. Why do they say that? That's the interesting part. This is why we need faster planes. The moment I get too much time on my hands, I start talking about politics, international relations, political history. Fuck me. I'm not saying I'm good, I'm like well versed in those topics. It's just that I am always interested in those topics. So I always try to engage with people on those topics, which is in certain parts of the world where the public discourse on politics can be very divided and polemical and not constructive. My tendencies to steer the conversation into these topics turned out to be more troublesome than I would have wanted it to be. So, I don't know. I need a faster plane. That's what I'm getting at. I need a faster plane. I like the DA62. I love the view that it gives me. But China is so fucking big. This is... Oh god. Okay. Well, we're heading into rain. It is 2 degrees Celsius. You know what? I'm gonna preemptively turn on the de-icing.
Shenzhen Air 9707. Contact Beijing Control 120.35. Have a good day.
Center on 120.35. Shenzhen Air 9707.
Fuck, the lights don't turn on. Oh. Well, I hope the de-icing is working because we are approaching freezing point and we are heading into precipitation. So water meets freezing point equals ice. I think I read somewhere that this was broken, or it was like a incomplete feature on the DA62. I never actually got to test out all these like de-icing techniques on any of the planes that I've been flying. I've never seen icing. Now that I think about it. No, all that talk about like the way the Chinese government describes itself as democracy. I'm gonna stop talking about that part. But what I meant to say was that reminds me of this YouTube video I saw of Cyboy Zizek. Cyboy Zizek is a Slovenian. Was he Slovenian or Slovakian? I think he was Slovenian. He's a Slovenian philosopher. He has a lot of videos on YouTube. He himself is not a YouTuber, but like people post there are like videos of him like as a guest speaker at university hosted talks and conferences and forums.
Charlie 69, contact Beijing Control 120.35.
Beijing Control on 120.25, Charlie 69.
Negative. Beijing Control on 120.35.
Control on 120.35, Charlie 69. Beijing Control, Charlie 69, at flight level 120.
Charlie 69, Beijing Control, radar contact.
Anyways, I was saying, that talk about like, Sabushik on multiple times talked about this example of where, you know how in a university, if you've been to a university setting and you've been a student, you know, sometimes you attend a class or lecture and it might be boring. You know, you were bored, you didn't find anything interesting during that lecture, but afterwards, imagine that you run into the lecturer, the instructor or professor, and the professor asks you, "Hey, what did you think about that lecture I just did?" As a student, you might say, "Oh, I think that was interesting. I think it was interesting." Now, what does that actually mean? When you say that, there is an implicit rule that that means it was boring, but I don't want to say it was boring because I think it's rude. And so the culturally accepted norm is to say that it was interesting, right? But the student knows that to say that the lecture was interesting probably means that they found the lecture to be boring. The professor knows that too. But it's both the professor and the student knows that when the student says the lecture was interesting, it means it was boring. And frankly, no one would get upset, even though they both know that the student found it boring. Now, what happens when the student becomes actually directly honest? The student says, "Oh, I think it was boring." Now, how would the professor respond? It's not that the professor is upset that the student found the lecture to be boring, because even in the previous case, when the student said it was interesting, they also suspected that the student found it boring, but they don't really get upset about it, because the student said it in a way that was culturally recognized to be a polite way of saying it. When a student honestly says, "Oh, I didn't think it was interesting, I thought it was boring," or they just say, "I think it was boring," the professor would then think to themselves, okay, if they thought it was boring, they could have just said it was interesting and I would have gotten the idea. Like, I would have got it, right? Why did they choose to say it was boring? You know what I mean? The end result is the same. Both the student and the teacher mutually recognize that the student found the lecture boring. But in one case, it was a lie, that the student found the lecture interesting. In the other case, it was direct and honest when the student said it was boring. But it was the lying version that was more culturally acceptable than the directly honest version. even though both convey the same meaning. So when the Chinese say that China is a democracy, it's a lie, but it's a culturally accepted way to lie about a non-democratic government. It would actually be more shocking if the Chinese government was honest about it and they say, okay, it's not a democracy. You know, they don't have to be like fucking flamboyant about it too. They could be very genuine about it. It's like, yeah, it's not a democracy. We don't like the way the Communist Party would lose power over the people and the nation if it were a democracy. So, you know, maybe it's not the best system in the world, but we have our system and it works for us and we're not ashamed about it. They are not able to say that yet. And I don't think they'll be able to say it for the foreseeable future, no matter how powerful the Chinese party gets. Because this is, there might be something to the analogy about with the conversation between the professor and the student. In the end, the lecture was boring. In the end, China is not a democracy. But something is shaping the way people describe the truth. The truth doesn't get altered. Lecture was still boring. China is still not a democracy. But there is something that is pushing the Chinese to say that it is still a democracy. So being able to figure that out, like in a university setting, because it's a more like a social setting that a lot more people might be familiar with, we might be more instinctively familiar with why that happens. But people might not be people might have a bit of a difficult time trying to understand why the Chinese continue to insist that they are a democracy. You know, that's something to figure out. Scholars can figure that out. This question actually has been asked many times in international relations, and a lot of people did try to analyze why the Chinese would say something like this. It might seem funny, but it is a feature of the world that we live in, and it is to me, it's such an interesting phenomenon, you know. Maybe it has more to do with sociology rather than international politics or international relations, but international relations is a part of the social sciences, so okay, that wasn't as much rain as I thought we would get. We already passed the rain clouds. We are not wet. I'll keep the de-icing stuff on, I guess? No, we don't need to keep it on. Is that snow? Like snow on the mountains? Kinda looks like snow. Very low res textures on these mountains. we might be able to see Beijing pretty soon. I see. The steppe plains. And like the heartland of China. Well, I guess heartland's over here, but you know what I mean. I remember, speaking of like, look at this China map, Chinese map. It reminds me of that Netflix show, Marco Polo. If you've never seen it, it's really mid. It was an okay effort. Some like there were signs of greatness in that show, but a lot of the storylines were just like way too fantastical and like way too modern, I guess. When I think it would have been a lot more interesting if they.
Beijing control, expect back by 01 Alpha, runway 13.
Anyways, so Marco Polo is a Netflix original show that got cancelled after 2 seasons. It's a story about Marco Polo, the Italian, I believe he was Italian, the Italian traveler and merchant who in, I believe it was 13th century AD or CE, like during the time of the the Yuan Empire, the Mongolian Empire. Marco Polo traveled along the Silk Road from Italy to China.
Crossing 7,000 feet to 10,000 feet.
And Marco Polo is a real historical figure. He did, as far as we know, Marco Polo actually did travel to the Yuan Empire. And there, Marco Polo met the Emperor of the Yuan, who was Kublai Khan, the grandson, one of the grandsons of Genghis Khan. What we also, I believe this is all historically, as far as we know, this actually did happen. Marco Polo eventually stayed in the Yuan Empire for like a couple of years, maybe several years. And he was a guest in Kublai Khan's court. And there he observed and interacted with the people of the Yuan Empire and recorded all these things that he saw, and then went back to Europe and sold it as a book. Right? He wrote he was a travel vlogger before videos were invented. So the show centers around Marco Polo's journey to Kublai, to the Yuan, and his time at Kublai Khan's court. The Netflix show like does a lot of fantastical stuff. Like Marco Polo probably didn't fight alongside the Yuan imperial soldiers, you know, when they were fighting with there was like a Chinese kingdom that was like holding out in the south, and Kublai Khan went on a campaign to like conquer that final piece of like central China. Marco Polo probably was there actually, but he probably didn't fight alongside the Chinese soldiers like the show did.
Contact Taiwan approach 125.55. Shenzhen at 9707.
Like I remember about that show.
Control, Hainan 7805 heavy. Good day. True flight level 151 for flight level 180.
I read on some people.
Hainan 7805 heavy.
I read from some forums
Climb to flight level 360.
and like online discussions about that film, where some people were like some people didn't know Marco Polo actually visited the Yuan Empire, or the fact that he was actually in Kublai Khan's court. But they thought that was all made up. Like, plenty of stuff in that show is made up, but as far as you know, Marco Polo did go to the Yuan Empire. He did stay at Kublai Khan's court as a guest, and he did interact with a lot of the nobles and stuff. And a lot of people weren't also familiar with how the Yuan Empire operated. They didn't know that the Yuan Empire had freedom of religion, which, like, I believe the Yuan, the Mongols' main theology is the Tengri. I'm sorry if anyone is more familiar with this topic. You can just leave a... Actually, don't leave that as a comment. No politics. Only I get to say stuff about politics because it's my channel. And if you don't think that's democratic, I would say that it is democracy with cyber Choom characteristics. So, yeah, I think the Mongolians use like a Tengri, have a Tengri religion. But the Yuan Empire did tolerate faiths of all kind. And if you think about it, it's a very practical thing to do, and a lot of empires ended up being more tolerant of other cultures and religions because, one, if you are expanding and conquering a whole swaths of land and peoples, you're going to encounter a lot of different faiths and religions and cultural beliefs. If you try to oppress everyone with a religion that is different from your, like, the main leading political basis religion, you're gonna have to constantly wrestle and tussle with all these like religious minorities. So it's just better to say, fuck it, it's all allowed. Freedom of religion, right? As long as you accept the Yuan control, like the Yuan's, as long as you consider the Yuan government, the Yuan Empire to be the legitimate sovereign of this area of land, everything's fine, right? But yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize that ancient or medieval empires might have some inklings of what we might consider to be somewhat modern ways, somewhat modern political systems, right? So religious tolerance is part of how you maintain your political society. It is a political choice, not necessarily a religious one. And yeah, the Yuan Empire had religious tolerance. You can also see that in places like Jerusalem, like historical Palestine and Jerusalem, and the Levant area. When it was under the Ottomans' control, the Ottomans specifically protected religious freedom in Jerusalem, and they did protect pilgrims, Christian pilgrims, and other religious minorities who are making their pilgrimages to Jerusalem. And they made sure to protect the environment of religious tolerance in that area. And you can also say, okay, it was also, there's like also a practical side to it, which was, if you don't do that, you're going to get a lot of religious strife, and as someone who is controlling that area, that's going to be a headache, right? So you just enforce a very simple rule. It's like everyone's tolerated. It's much easier to handle everything. I'm not saying the rest of the Yuan Empire or the Ottoman Empire or any other medieval or ancient empires were what we might call generally politically tolerant. No, of course not. But you can also start to see the inklings of those ideas spread out across time. So it didn't come out from nowhere. Okay, we are approaching Beijing. Never mind, we still have 50 miles to go before we get off these steppe mountains. Okay. Steppe mountains. Kinda sounds like steppe. And non-biologically related family members. Is it step or steppe? Like, do you emphasize the PE at the end, or do you just ignore it? Is that part silent? Like, step or steppe? Hold on. So it sounds like step.
Step.
Jesus, that's loud.
Step.
It's pronounced step, like step family or step bro. That's good to know. This is a lot of mountains. Like, mountains as far as the eye can mountains as far as the eye can see. Sometimes, like, I find myself stumbling a lot with speech if I don't use like an announcer voice. As far as the eye can see. That sounds so much better than as far as the eye can see. Wait, actually, no. Never mind. Maybe becoming a streamer actually does reduce your brain function. Maybe. I mean, I always prided on the fact that I never engaged with brain rot content that the Gen Zers and the Gen Yers and the Gen XYB ABCDEers do. But ever since I started streaming, I do find myself becoming...
Beijing Control, Korean Air 2256, good day. Through 7,000 feet for 10,000 feet direct AA154.
Okay. Yeah, I do feel myself like... I feel my brain...
256, Beijing Control, radar contact, climb to flight level 185.
Climb to flight level 185.
Guys, I'm trying to talk here. Anyways, I wouldn't say that I feel my brain rotting.
China United 2325.
I think it's starting to get a little bit moldy. right? It's not fully rotting just yet. Maybe it's a bit sour.
Contact Shenyang
It's turning a little bit
118
acrid, you know. It's becoming a little bit acidic because the bacteria and the fungus and all that stuff starting to like really what's the word? Proliferate. I think brain rot is starting to take hold. I don't think I'm there yet because I inoculate myself, or I try to protect myself by not watching all these like TikTok videos, YouTube shorts, or I don't actively go out and look around for memes. You know, I try to function like a normal human being. I read the news, I read long-form articles and journals. As incredible as that might sound in our current day and age, I do not like short-term content. Yeah. But no one is, I think, immune from brain rot at this point.
Lucky Air 9555, contact Shenyang Control 118.9.
And the problem's gonna get even worse because of all this AI bullshit that's gonna pump out fucking nonsensical content to all these unsuspecting people around the world. It's truly ironic. Like, you can already hear, like, if you've been watching my stuff, if you've been watching this video and you were watching it from the VOD and you made it to this point of the VOD, which is about like what, 4 hours in, you've already noticed by now that I don't use the English language in my everyday life. I do use it for reading and listening because I read in English and I listen to things in English and I consume English language content, but I don't get to really speak it to anyone in my everyday life. So you might have noticed that I have some difficulties with finding the right words as I speak, or pronouncing the words in a somewhat conventional way, like compared to a native English speaker in the United States. I don't care about accents, right? I've been to the United States. I've been to Boston. The Bostonian accent is really hard to understand, even for like other Americans. So I'm not worried about accents. I'm talking about like general eloquence. So I'm not a very eloquent person. Right now, I don't think I ever was, but I've become less eloquent over time because I just don't speak. I don't speak English in my everyday life. What? Why am I talking about this?
Good day. Passing flight level 120 for flight level 150 direct EA116.
Wasn't I talking about brain rot?
Shenzhen Air 9187, Beijing Control.
Oh yeah, I remember. These fucking radio comms are fucking me up. Anyways, yeah, I'm not an eloquent person, and you would have noticed this by now. Oh god damn it. Yeah. But even though I have some difficulties with trying to communicate with people using the English language, I am an actual person trying to communicate with other people. You, the viewer, who might be watching this at a different time, at a future date, because currently, if you are watching this video, you are watching this in a VOD, which is a recording. But I'm talking right now to you, who might be watching in the future, even though, I'm talking to you, imagining that I'm talking to you, and that imagination will become a reality if someone actually watches this video and watches this part and listens to me right now, right? It is still communication, because It's a communication between two people sharing intent and ideas and thoughts about life and whatever the fuck they want to talk about, right? It can be nonsensical things, even memes. If I share a meme right now and we talk about memes, that is still a meaningful exchange of idea because it's meaningful because it's people communicating with each other. AI content fundamentally it's not communication. You are not communicating anything because you're reading whatever statistically determined set of letters or words or numbers or pixels that the AI model chose based on historical trained data. You could say, oh, that was trained on content that actual people wrote. But that is different from actually reading those original contents versus the AI, how do I say this? AI synthesized version of those content. Like, even if you have a difficult time listening to my rant about AIs, you might still be able to recognize that I am ranting. And I am a person who have these ideas. And you can interact with me. You say, oh, hey, Cyberchim, I think you're dumb for thinking that. That is still communication. You can't do that with AI. You want to call AI dumb? That is dumb. You know what I mean? I don't know. With all these, like, Google pushing, what was it, VEO3, their video generating model, and it's like, what is the point of a video if it's not at a fundamental level? People who create video art or video media, like visual media, like films or TV shows or YouTube videos in the past, those are still made by people who want to share their intent, their ideas, their feelings, their subjective perceptions of the world, so that it could be shared with other people and create some form of an intersubjective understanding. But if the provider, the content creator, is itself nothing but an AI model using statistical methods to determine agnostically, let's say, what is supposed to output, you're not communicating with anyone. You're better off like talking to a wall, like a brick wall. That's what you're doing. But that's what we'll all be doing, because so much of the content available on the internet is now going to be inundated with AI bullshit. And it's just like, bro, I don't want to see what an AI model creates. I want to see what other people create. I want to see you. I want to listen to you. I want to see what you drew or what you shot with your camera, or the music that you wrote in your with the little, I don't know, whatever musical software that people use. Because underneath all that music and words and videos and images, underneath all of that are the actual people who wanted to create a very basic level of intersubjective understanding of themselves and the world around them. That is being lost, and it's sad. It really is. Fuck it. Cloud Lake Resort. Oh, this is a nice little lake. it is truly astounding to me that me, who have been trying to become who's actually been like trying to like stream and become a live streamer, which in practice is just me in my room talking at a computer screen, is someone who genuinely cares about human interaction and human communication. But like I said, if you're listening to this right now, I'm still talking to you, even though I said it like maybe days or months or years before you watched this VOD and this video.
Only 7,000 feet for 10,000 feet, direct AA154. SDN 332, Beijing control, radar contact, climb to flight level 200. Climb to flight level 200, SDN 332.
Charlie 69, ready for descent.
Charlie 69, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1007.
Descending to 4,900 feet, UNH 1007, Charlie 69.
SH18169, contact Shenyang Control 118.9er.
Center on 118.9, SH18169. Beijing Control, Air China 4120 Heavy, passing flight level 162 for flight level 190.
Air China 4120 Heavy, Beijing Control, identified, climb to flight level 380.
Climb to flight level 380, Air China 4120 Heavy.
Fuck. What the fuck is
Air
that?
China 118, contact capital approach 120.2. Contact capital approach 120.2, Air China 118.
This, I think, is the outskirts of Beijing.
Beijing Control, Xiamen Air 8118, good day, flight level 140. Air China 1808, contact capital approach 120.2.
Contact capital approach 120.2, Air China 1808.
Xiamen Air 8118, Beijing Control, radar contact. Charlie 69, contact capital approach 120.2.
Approach on 120.2. Charlie 69.
Negative, capital approach on 120.2.
Capital approach on 120.2.
Air China 1932, contact capital approach 120.2.
Capital approach, Charlie 69, at 9,500 feet, descending to 4,900 feet.
Capital approach, Air China 1932. Good day. Flight level 182 with information Sierra.
Air China 1932 capital approach. Good day. QNH 1007, expect the ILS Yankee runway 01 with the AA122 transition.
QNH 1007, expect the ILS Yankee runway 01 with the AA122 transition. Air China 1932.
Air China 1932, cleared direct AA122. Cross AA122 at or above 7,900 feet. Cleared ILS Yankee runway 01.
Clear direct A122. Cross air 122 or above 7,900 feet. Cleared ILS Yankee runway 01. Air China 1932.
Charlie 69 capital approach. QNH 1007, expect the ILS Zulu runway 01 with the AA141 transition.
What the fuck did he say? Jesus, that's so much information. QNH 1007, expect ILS Zulu 01 with the Alpha Alpha 141 transition. Charlie 69.
Air Macau 006, contact Beijing Tower 118.6.
Contact Tower 118.6. Air Macau 006. Have a good day.
Hey, ILS Zulu 01. Alpha Alpha 4 on 4. We are in Beijing. As expected, it's a huge city. Although I don't really see... This Beijing capital is right there. It's like an airport, okay? Looks like downtown is further that way. Let's take a gander at Beijing capital charts. Approaches ILS Zulu 01. Yeah, we are making this approach. I think ILS frequency is 108.5. Set.
Charlie 69, clear direct AA141. Cross AA141 at or above 4,900 feet. Cleared ILS Zulu runway 01.
Cleared direct AA141, cross AA141 at or above 4,900 feet. Cleared ILS Zulu 01. Charlie 69.
Capital approach. China Eastern 5103 Heavy. 11,300 feet we have CR.
China Eastern 5103 heavy capital approach. QNH1007 expect the ILS Yankee runway 01 with the AA122
I want to make a note of this. When I am contacting approach, I also need to have the airport information.
QNH1007 expect the ILS Yankee runway 01 with the AA122 transition. China Eastern 5103 Heavy.
Air China 118, contact Beijing Tower 118.6. Contact Tower 118.6, Air China 118. China Eastern 5103 Heavy, cleared direct AA122. Cross AA122 at or above 7,900 feet. Cleared ILS Yankee runway 01.
Clear direct AA122. Cross AA122 at or above 7,900 feet. Clear ILS Yankee runway 01. China Eastern 5103 Heavy.
I just realized we needed to
Air
decrease
China
our
1808,
altitude.
contact Beijing Tower 118.6.
Contact Tower 118.6. Air China 1808.
All aircraft advised information Tango now current. QNH1006.
QNH 1006. Information Tango. I don't think we needed to manually descend. Because the glide path is actually armed. Now TOD is here. I think once we reach TOD, that's when we should expect the VNav to actually work. I'm still trying to fully understand these systems. Quite a lot of planes trying to make a landing at Beijing Airport, which is not surprising at all. It's been armed. Okay, we are turning into our do I need to do anything?
Capital approach, KT 386 Heavy, flight level 170, we have Tango. Cafe 386 Heavy capital approach, Q1H1006, expect the ILS Yankee runway 01 with the AA122 transition. QNH1006, expect the ILS Yankee runway 01 with the AA122 transition, Cathay 386 Heavy.
Whoa, that was a big stutter. Okay.
Cathay 386 Heavy, cleared direct AA122, cross AA122 at or above 7,900 feet, cleared ILS Yankee runway 01. Cleared direct AA122, cross AA122 at or above 7,900 feet, cleared ILS Yankee runway 01, Cathay 386 Heavy.
Charlie 69 established on approach.
Charlie 69, affirmative.
Landing lights. Throttle down just a little bit.
China Eastern 5103 Heavy, contact Beijing Tower 118.6.
Over to Tower 118.6, China Eastern 5103 Heavy.
Man, the airport is so far away. Oh shit, we're getting some buildings. So my computer has some VRAM left for buildings to be popped in. If you have a really good PC, I bet all these buildings on the map will actually be generated by the game.
Air China 1932, contact Beijing Tower 118.6. Bye-bye.
Over to Tower 118.6, Air China 1932.
We are a little bit too slow. We lost the VNav. We'll keep speeds around 130, 140 until we get a little bit closer to the airport. It's still quite far away. We are landing with tailwind, which in real life pilots apparently never do. But we'll just go with what VATC gives us.
Charlie 69, contact Beijing Tower 118.6.
Beijing Tower on 118.6. Charlie 69. Did you say announce a frequency?
Beijing Tower, Charlie 69, ILS Zulu runway 01.
Oh, that's what you say, okay.
Charlie 69, Beijing Tower, runway 01 clear to land.
Runway 01 clear to land. Charlie 69. We will take manual control because that's what you're supposed to do, even with a ILS or RNAV landing. Gears are down. And touchdown.
Charlie 69, exit left at Quebec 5.
Exit left at Quebec 5. Charlie 69. Five.
Charlie 69, contact ground 121.7.
Ground on 121.7. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, request taxi to allocated ramp.
Charlie 69, ramp Whiskey 501 taxi via Quebec 5. Kilo, Tango 6, Golf, Alpha Niner. Hold short runway 36 right.
Oh my goodness. Ramp Whiskey 501, taxi via Quebec 5. Kilo, Tango 6, Golf, Alpha 9. Hold short runway 36 right. Charlie 69. I believe we are still on Quebec 5. We need to find Kilo. Son of a bitch. Oh, it shows you. Oh, that's nice. It highlights the path for you. Okay. So that was a nice flight from Shenyang to Beijing. Once we reach our designated ramp, I'm going to get some food, get another cup of coffee, and we're gonna pick out a different plane. I think I'll pick out the PC-12, see what it's like, and then we're gonna make our way down along the coast of China. We're gonna go down south along the coast. Yeah, this is a nightmare to navigate without a map. Do pilots just like memorize all the routes beforehand? Because that's a lot of shit to remember. Or do they like, it's because like they have so much experience with certain airports and certain flights that they do over and over again, that they just memorize it over time. Do pilots like fly to different routes frequently, or do they just get assigned? Do they get assigned to a route? It makes it easier for them to learn about all the little details that they need to know. I would imagine that they get assigned either a route or a couple of routes, because that seems like a much safer choice than to impose new or different flights every time for a pilot to master. I would feel safer if the pilot had a lot of experience with a particular route and with particular sets of airports, right? No one wants to hear the pilot go, okay, we're going to a new destination on a route that I've never flown before to an airport that I've never been to, right? No one wants to hear that. It's like, okay, don't kill us. Fortunately, I've never been in a... I've never been on a flight where things got really sketchy. I've been on flights where there were lots of turbulence and stuff, but nothing too severe as to like potentially injure someone on the flight. I think the closest I've seen was, I think the plane that I was on got hit by a lightning. It was either hit by a lightning or we were flying through a lightning storm, and that was pretty sketchy. But ultimately, it wasn't anything too dangerous. By the way, if you are on a flight, or if you plan on being on a flight, if you are seated, always wear your seatbelts, even when the seatbelt sign is off. Like, yeah, sure, maybe you can loosen it up a little bit, but like, make sure the seatbelt is always on when you are seated, because you never know when an aberrant turbulence might hit, or if like the pilot has to make a sudden maneuver, and it's always safer to wear a seatbelt. If you injure yourself on a plane, you become a liability for everyone else. So don't be an idiot. Stay safe.
Charlie 69, cross runway 36 right at Alpha Niner. Continue taxi by Alpha Niner. Mike, Charlie, Zulu 20, Zulu 21.
Son of a bitch. Crossing runway 36 right at Alpha 9. Continuing taxi via Alpha 9. Mike, Charlie, Zulu 20. Zulu, Zulu 21. Charlie 69.
Negative. Continue taxi via
Yeah,
Alpha Niner.
so
Mike,
the
Charlie,
voice
Zulu
comms get
20,
confused
Zulu,
because my call sign is
Zulu 21.
Charlie 69, and I think the AI thinks Charlie 69 is also a runway number, taxiway number, so it's gonna manually say
Cross runway 36, right at Alpha Niner. Continue taxi via Alpha Niner. Mike, Charlie, Zulu 20, Zulu, Zulu 21, Charlie 69.
yeah, this is a big ass airport. It's actually not as busy as I thought it would be. I have BATC set to full for airport traffic and so departing and arriving flights, which means that it should be using live, like historical live data. We should be seeing like the actual amount of traffic that Beijing Airport had. Either the database isn't complete, or there wasn't a lot of traffic at this time in Beijing Airport. Bro, this is so far away. Looks like this is it. Ladies and gentlemen, all those in between and out, we have made it to Beijing Airport. Oh. Turn off our airplane. Avionics off. Alternators off. Pitot off. Engines down. Batteries off. Well, well, well. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is end my flight. Wait, where were we? I want to start off exactly where we left off. So this was Zulu 21 ramp W Whiskey 501. Whiskey 501 ramp at Beijing Airport. Going to get some food. I'm going to get some coffee. And we are going to get another airplane. Specifically, we are going to get the I think it was the PC-12. Let's take VIP. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go get some food. Got my food. Okay. Actually set up this plane. Is executive the same as VIP? Let's see. VIP is the same as executive. As ZBAA. Do a little short flight. DSWH. I don't want to visit. Maybe we can include DYN. Oh. I include DYN. Get rid of this. Uh-oh. Okay, that will have to do. I just want to see a little bit more of the coastline. I guess I have to be in the actual game, huh? Sorry about that. We will load up the game. Game? Okay, let's just give it a moment. Pilates. Oh. Right, so the unfortunate thing is, I'm not too familiar with this plane. Hopefully it won't be too confusing. Um, aircraft. We are full on fuel. Checklist. Shocks, engine cover, aileron. Oh, it's up here. Okay. Engine run, starter push, oil pressure, generators. Okay. Autopilot and yaw dampener. Okay. It doesn't seem too bad. Hold on. Let me finish my food. One sec. Okay, so let's first turn on our battery. Avionics are supposed to be on. Let's connect BATC.
Beyond ATC connected. Beijing capital. Into 8650. How does this system work? Palms 1.
Hotel 0441 Zulu. Wind 135 at 3. Temperature 30. 2.16. QNH 1006. VFR conditions. Landing runways 36 left, 01. Departing runways 36 left, 36 right. Transition level 118. Read back all hold short instructions. Advice on initial contact. You have information hotel.
Information hotel.
Beijing Capital Airport Information Hotel 0441 Zulu. Wind 135 at 3. Temperature 30.
Let's go to, I believe,
2.16.
clearance, right? So
QNH 1006. VFR conditions. Landing runways 36 left, 01. Departing runways 36 left, 36 right. Transition level 118. Read back all hold short instructions. Advice on initial contact. You have information hotel. Air China 341, ready to copy IFR clearance to the Fenchon Airport. Air China 341, Beijing delivery. Expect runway 36 left, Dotra 5 Yankee departure. Squawk 5706. Dotra 5 Yankee departure. Squawk 5706. Air China 341. Air China 341, read back correct. Contact ground 121.7 when ready for pushback or engine start. Will contact ground 121.7 when ready for pushback or engine start. Air China 341, bye-bye, thanks. KLM 897 Heavy, ready for airways to Schiphol Airport. KLM 897
we gotta wait our
Beijing
turn.
delivery. Expect runway 36 left. Intex 5 Yankee departure. Squawk 2761. Intex 5 Yankee departure. Squawk 2761. KLM 897 Heavy. KLM 897 Heavy, read back correct. Contact ground 121.7 when ready for pushback or engine start. Ground 121.7 when ready for pushback or engine start. KLM 897 Heavy. Have a good day.
Beijing delivery requesting IFR clearance as filed. Charlie 69.
Air China 1341 Heavy. Request IFR clearance to Boan.
Air China 1341 Heavy. Beijing delivery. Expect runway 36 left. On deck Niner Zulu departure. Squawk 4334.
On deck Niner Zulu departure. Squawk 4334. Air China 1341 Heavy.
Air China 1341 Heavy. Read back correct. Contact ground 121.7 when ready for push or start.
Ground 121.7 when ready for pushback or
I'm a
engine
little bit
start.
nervous about
Air
the
China
batteries running
1341
out.
Heavy.
Charlie 69, Beijing delivery. Expect runway 36 right, Muglo 5 Yankee departure. Squawk 3520.
Expect runway 36 right, Mugly 5 Yankee departure. Squawk 3520. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, read back correct. Contact ground 121.8 when ready for start or taxi.
Ground on 121.8 when ready for taxi. Charlie 69.
Dynasty 512 Heavy, looking to pick up our clearance to Taiwan.
Okay, 36 runway 36 right, Mugly 5 Yankee.
Dynasty 512 Heavy, Beijing
Squawk
delivery.
3520.
Expect runway 36 left, Elker Niner Zulu departure. Squawk 0656.
I gotta go to the scratch pad.
Elker Niner Zulu departure. Squawk 0656. Dynasty 512 Heavy.
3520.
Dynasty 512 Heavy, read back correct. Contact ground 121.7 when ready for pushback or engine start.
3520, and let's put our
Ground
comms
121.7 when
at
ready for pushback or engine start.
1218.
Dynasty 512 Heavy. Have a good day.
So how come? All right, let's turn our engines on. Beijing ground, Charlie 69. Request startup only.
Charlie 69, startup approved. Call when ready for taxi.
Call when ready for taxi. Charlie 69. Battery set to on. Avionics are on. Okay, the BATC is blocking my view. Navigation lights set to on. Beacon. Okay. Engine master. It took a second. Oil pressure is set to green. Innovator switch must be off. I don't think that's right. Generator switch must be set to off. That's not right. How come this isn't turning on?
Air China 4102
Missing
Heavy,
something?
gate 221, request pushback.
Oh man, this is a completely different system.
Air China 4102 Heavy, Beijing ground. Pushback and engine start approved. Face east.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face east, Air China 4102 Heavy.
Where's my flight plan? Ooh, I might have to... Oh. I might have to look for the pilot operating handbook. Speed control. Heading, nav, approach. Half bank. Auto throttle. Yeah, why is the second MFD not turning on?
Air China 4102 Heavy, ready to taxi to the active.
Air China 4102 Heavy. Runway 36 right taxi via Mike 5, Foxtrot, Whiskey 0.
Runway 36 right taxi via Mike 5, Foxtrot, Whiskey 0. Air China 4102 Heavy.
Oh, it just didn't load in. Okay. You can set your oh. Yeah, there we go. Weather radar. PCAS. Center AC. Center aircraft, center to waypoint. Hit waypoint we call nearest VSD. Charts. Cool. You also get the chart data from let's go back to map. How come this is completely off? Anyway, what were our ooh, altimeter needs to be Is there a way for me to change the altimeter setting? Menu?
Air China 4102 Heavy. Contact Beijing Tower 118.5.
contact tower 118.5. Air China 4102 Heavy.
Okay, how do I change inches to hectopascal? I feel like I didn't turn on something. Wait, what? Yeah. Well, shit. I have to Google this.
Air China 855 Heavy at gate 227. Request pushback.
Air China 855 Heavy, Beijing ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face southeast.
Pushback approved. Face southeast. Air China 855 Heavy.
I have to turn everything on? Like, pick everything off? Fuck.
China 855 Heavy. Request taxi.
Air China 855 Heavy. Runway 36 right taxi via Zulu 3, Zulu, Zulu 2, Foxtrot, Whiskey 0.
Runway 36 right taxi via Zulu 3, Zulu, Zulu 2, Foxtrot, Whiskey 0, Air China 855 Heavy.
Air China
There's an
855 Heavy.
avionics
Hold
menu.
position for traffic. I'll call you back.
Hold position, Air China 855 Heavy.
Air China 855 Heavy. Continue taxi.
Continue taxi, Air China 855 Heavy.
Bro. The 1 hour video about how to fly the PC-12?
Just go direct.
Oh my goodness.
Remove chuck. Makes it so that foreign object debris don't get sucked into the engine while on ground. Port parking chart to press is what's available. So here we have. So 1004 is the QNH setting, but here it's in inches of mercury. Thanks, America. So to change this, we need to go down here to the lower MFD. We need to click the lower MFD. Click page. Wait, sorry, upper. They made it the other way around. Click page, go to avionics.
What the fuck? Page. What? Oh, excuse me. Jesus. Avionics. Oh. Thank God. Now I can change the barrow using this, which was 1006. Yes. Okay.
All aircraft be advised information India now current. QNH1005.
Information India. Okay. We definitely missed our departure time.
Air China 855 Heavy. Contact Beijing Tower 118.5. Bye-bye.
Contact Tower 118.5. Air China 855 Heavy.
Keep your pilot page. MFD doesn't do anything. Change departures and shit. Yeah, like procedures. Where do I go for procedures? I see. Okay, we might have taken way too long, so now our departure procedure might be different. Beijing ground, Charlie 69, requesting taxi to runway.
Charlie 69, runway 36 right taxi via Zulu 21, Zulu, Zulu 20, Charlie, Mike, Alpha Niner, Foxtrot, Whiskey 0.
Runway 36 right taxi via Zulu 21, Zulu, Zulu 20, Charlie, Mike, Alpha 9, Foxtrot, Whiskey 0. Charlie 69. I'm not seeing. Oh, 36 right. Mogul 5 Yankee. Okay.
Air China 1507 Heavy, SK 212, request pushback and engine start.
On our taxi lights. I think we're good to go.
Air China 1507 Heavy, Beijing ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face south.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face south. Air China 1507 Heavy.
Yep, it really helps to have propeller low speed mode when we are taxiing. I wonder where I can see that mode though.
Air China 1507 Heavy, request taxi.
Air China 1507 Heavy, runway 36 right taxi via Zulu 2, Foxtrot, Whiskey 0.
Runway 36 right taxi via Zulu 2, Foxtrot, Whiskey 0, Air China 1507 Heavy.
Okay, making our way slowly to the runway. 36 right.
Hainan 7477 Heavy, at gate 524. Request pushback and engine start. Hainan 7477 Heavy, Beijing ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face northwest. Pushback and engine start approved. Face northwest. Hainan 7477 Heavy.
Do pilots maintain a very strict taxiway speed limit?
Air China 1377 Heavy at gate 229er. Request pushback.
Air China 1377 Heavy, Beijing ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face northeast.
Pushback approved. Face northeast. Air China 1377 Heavy.
Oh,
Air China 1507 Heavy, contact Beijing Tower 118.5. Bye
because
bye.
there's no one's gonna stop me if I speed up a little bit.
Contact Tower 118.5, Air China 1507 Heavy. Bye bye.
Making my way downtown.
Hainan 7477 Heavy, request taxi to the active. Hainan 7477 Heavy, runway 36 right taxi via Yankee 3, Juliet 1, Golf. Runway 36 right taxi via Yankee 3, Juliet 1, Golf, Hainan 7477 Heavy.
Air China 1377 Heavy. Taxi for departure.
Air China 1377 Heavy, runway 36 right taxi via Zulu 3, Zulu, Zulu 2, Foxtrot, Whiskey 0.
Alright, we'll taxi to runway 36 right via Zulu 3, Zulu, Zulu 2, Foxtrot, Whiskey 0, Air China 1377 Heavy.
Charlie 69, contact Beijing Tower 118.5.
Beijing Tower on 118.5, Charlie 69. Beijing Tower, Charlie 69, QNH 1005, with information India. Requesting departure, requesting clearance for takeoff. Fuck.
Air China 1507 Heavy. Contact Beijing departure 129.0.
Contact Beijing departure 129.0, Air China 1507 Heavy.
Charlie 69, Beijing Tower, runway 36 right, cleared for takeoff. Caution wake turbulence.
Clear for takeoff. Caution wake turbulence, Charlie 69.
No. Charlie 69 cleared for takeoff runway 36 right.
Clear for takeoff, runway 36 right. Charlie 69. take a second. Ready? Flaps. Set to 15. Where do I set my FMS? Okay.
Hainan 7477 Heavy, ready to go. Runway 36 right. Hainan 7477 Heavy, number 2 for departure. Hold short of 36 right. Roger, hold short of 36 right for traffic. Hainan 7477 Heavy.
Okay, taking off.
Hainan 7477 Heavy, runway 36 right. Line up and wait. Runway 36 right. Line up and wait. Hainan 7477 Heavy. Air China 1377 Heavy, ready for departure. Runway 36 right. Air China 1377 Heavy, number 1 for departure. Hold short of 36 right.
Speed.
What are you talking about?
Roger.
Speed.
Hold short of 36 right for traffic. Air
Speed.
China 1377 Heavy.
Speed.
Gear is up.
Speed. 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 Speed.
Hainan 7477
Speed.
Heavy, Beijing Tower. Runway 36 right. Cleared for takeoff.
Speed. Speed.
Jesus Christ.
Runway 36 right. Cleared for takeoff. Hainan
Speed.
7477 Heavy.
Speed.
Air
Speed.
China 1377 Heavy. Runway 36
Speed.
right. Line up and wait.
Speed.
fuck?
Runway 36 right.
Speed.
Line up and wait. Air China 1377 Heavy.
Speed. Speed.
Charlie 69. Contact Beijing
Speed.
departure 129.0.
Speed. Speed.
Beijing departure
Speed.
129.0. Charlie 69.
Speed. Speed. Speed.
Holy shitballs. There's a speed limit?
Hainan 7477 Heavy. Contact Beijing departure 129.0. Contact Beijing departure 129.0. Hainan 7477 Heavy.
Why were my flaps all the way down? Fuck.
Air China 1377 Heavy. Beijing Tower. Runway 36 right. Cleared for takeoff. Runway 36 right. Cleared for takeoff. Air China 1377 Heavy.
Sorry about that, guys. Like, I was a bit confused. I think something happened to my flaps. I think the speed warning only came up because I had flaps down, which I guess I misclicked.
Air China 1377 Heavy. Contact Beijing departure 129.0. Contact Beijing departure 129.0. Air China 1377 Heavy.
Air China 1517, ready for departure. Runway 36 right.
Air China 1517, Beijing Tower. Runway 36 right. Cleared for takeoff.
Runway 36 right, clear for takeoff. Air China 1517.
I was so confused by the warning sounds. Okay. Oh, we need a contact approach. Departure 129. Beijing departure Charlie 69 at 3,900 feet.
Charlie 69, Beijing departure. Good day. Identified. Climb to flight level 120.
Climb to flight level 120. Charlie 69.
Beijing departure. Air China 1517, 1,700 feet.
Air China 1517, Beijing departure. Identified. Climb to flight level 160.
Climb to flight level 160. Air China 1517.
How do I zoom out the map?
Air China 1377 Heavy. Contact Beijing Control 120.35. Bye-bye. Beijing Control 120.35. Air China 1377 Heavy. Bye-bye.
Automatic thruster, autopilot, yaw damper, vertical flight level control. I'm assuming that's like altitude hold at 12,000. Flight level 120. Transponder is set. Man, how do I zoom out the map?
Charlie 69, contact Beijing Control 120.35.
Beijing Control on 120.35. Charlie 69. Oh, that's nav. Beijing Control Charlie 69 at flight level 118.
Charlie 69, Beijing Control, identified. Climb to flight level 246.
Climb to flight level 246. Charlie 69. Beijing Control Charlie 69. Requesting flight level 124.
Charlie 69, confirm no cruise altitude 1,400 feet.
Negative. Flight level 140. Charlie 69.
China Eastern 5109 Heavy, descend to 7,900 feet. QNH 1005.
Descend to 7,900 feet. QNH 1005. China Eastern 5109 Heavy.
Beijing Control, China Eastern 2015, flight level 138.
China Eastern 2015, Beijing Control, radar contact. Hainan 7606 Heavy, contact capital approach 120.2. Contact capital approach 120.2, Hainan 7606 Heavy. Hebei Air 3241, contact Shenyang Control 118.9, bye-bye. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9, Hebei Air 3241.
Charlie 69 requesting flight level 124.
Charlie 69, enable your flight is to the southeast and flight level 124 is an even numbered flight level. Please take an altitude.
Charlie 69 requesting altitude flight level 130.
Charlie 69, confirm new cruise altitude flight level 130.
Affirmative.
Charlie 69, Roger, new cruise altitude flight level 130.
Oh, I don't have to press vertical flight level control. It just automatically changes for me. That's neat. Cruise speed is set at 230 knots. Fuel quantity.
Beijing Control, Hainan 7477 Heavy, out of 8,000 feet for 1,000 feet.
Hainan 7477 Heavy, Beijing Control, good day, radar contact, climb to flight level 225.
Climb to flight level 225, Hainan 7477 Heavy.
Oh, okay. That's how you zoom in and out. I gotta press on the touch screen and then drag it. I believe everything is set up. Now let's enjoy the view as we fly over Beijing.
China 1502 Heavy, Beijing Control, expect Mbox 6 Juliet, runway 19er.
This is definitely faster. We are already at 212 instrument airspeed. Our ground speed should be around 230. Right? 260. True airspeed 263. We are about 90 to 80 knots faster than the DA62. Because in the DA62 we were at what, 180 true airspeed? And the view is quite nice in this plane too. Yeah, I think I'll stick with this plane for now. Where's the Pitot heat?
Beijing Control, Philippine 359. Good day. Through flight level 130 for flight level 160 direct AA116.
Philippine 359, Beijing Control, good day, identified, climb to flight level 320.
Climb to flight level 320, Philippine 359. Beijing Control, Air China 939 TV, crossing 7,400 feet for 10,000 feet.
Air China 939 Heavy, Beijing Control, good day, radar contact, climb to 11,000 feet, QNH1005.
Climb to 11,000 feet, QNH 1005, Air China 939 Heavy.
Beijing Control, Manual 1935, good day, out of flight level 127 for flight level 150 direct A134. Manual 1935, Beijing Control, radar contact, climb to flight level 310. Climb to flight level 310, Manual 1935.
My radio
Beijing Control,
volume.
Air China 1507 Heavy, leaving flight level 167 for flight level 190. Air China 1507 Heavy, Beijing Control, identified, climb to flight level 380. Climb to flight level 380, Air China 1507 Heavy.
Beijing Control, Hainan 729 Heavy.
There we go.
Through 7,000 feet for 10,000 feet.
Okay, we have stabilized. Ooh. New play means learning how to fly. So we are in Beijing, which probably has a whole bunch of information on Wikipedia.
Hainan 729 Heavy, Beijing Control, radar contact, continue climb to 10,000 feet, QNH1005.
Continue climb to 10,000 feet, QNH 1005, Hainan 729 Heavy.
Beijing Control, Shanghai Air 9116, flight level 138. Shanghai Air 9116, Beijing Control, identified, continue descent to flight level 130.
Okay, Wikipedia, take it away.
Beijing, previously romanized as Peking, is the capital city of China. With more than 22 million residents, it is the world's most populous national capital city as well as China's second largest city by urban area after Shanghai. It is located in northern China and is governed as a municipality under the direct administration of the State Council with 16 urban, suburban, and rural districts. Beijing is mostly surrounded by Hebei province and neighbors Tianjin to the southeast. Together, the three divisions form the Jing-Jin-Ji cluster. Beijing is a global city.
Xiamen Air 8331, Beijing Control, identified.
I think it cuts off because computer's being taxed.
City and one
no.
of the world's leading centers for culture, diplomacy, politics, finance, business and economics, education, research, language, tourism, media, sport, science and technology, transportation, and art. It is home to the headquarters of most of China's largest state-owned companies and houses the largest number of Fortune Global 500 companies in the world, as well as the world's 4 biggest financial institutions by total assets. It is also a major hub for the national highway, expressway, railway, and high-speed rail networks. For a decade before the COVID-19 pandemic, the Beijing Capital International Airport was Asia's busiest airport, 2009 to 2019, and the second busiest airport in the world, 2010 to 2019. In 2020, the Beijing subway was the fourth busiest and second longest in the world. Beijing Daxing International Airport, Beijing's second international airport, is the largest single-structure airport terminal in the world. The city has hosted numerous international and national sporting events, the most notable being the 2008 Summer Olympics and 2008 Summer Paralympics Games. In 2022, Beijing became the first city ever to host both the Summer and Winter Olympics, and also the Summer and Winter Paralympics. Beijing combines both modern and traditional style architectures, with one side of the city being modernized and renovated to fit the times, and the other half still offering traditional Hudong districts. Beijing is one of the oldest cities in the world, with a rich history dating back over 3 millennia. As the last of the 4 great ancient capitals of China, Beijing has been the political center of the country for most of the past 8 centuries, and was the largest city in the world by population for much of the 2nd millennium AD. With mountains surrounding the inland city on 3 sides, in addition to the old inner and outer city walls, Beijing was strategically poised and developed to be the residence of the emperor, and thus was the perfect location for the imperial capital. The city is renowned for its opulent palaces, temples, parks, gardens, tombs, walls, and gates. Beijing is one of the most important tourist destinations in the world. In
Really?
2018, Beijing was the 2nd highest earning tourist city in the world after Shanghai. Beijing is home to many national monuments and museums, and has
Yeah, I
8
didn't know
UNESCO
that.
World Heritage Sites: the Forbidden City, Temple of Heaven, Summer Palace, Ming Tombs, Zucudian Peking Man Site, Beijing Central Axis, and parts of the Great Wall and the Grand Canal, all of which are popular tourist locations.
That's the
Sahiyuans,
canal, isn't
the
it?
city's traditional housing style,
I've been looking
and
at this, and I was
the
like,
narrow
what is
alleys
this?
between Sahiyuans
This must be the
are
canal.
major tourist attractions and are common in urban Beijing. Beijing's public universities make up more than 1/5
It's
of
too
double
straight to
first-class
be like
construction
a river.
universities, and many of them consistently rank among the best in the Asia-Pacific and the world, including Tsinghua University and Peking University. Beijing CBD is a center for Beijing's economic expansion,
Beijing
with the
CBD.
ongoing or recently completed construction of multiple skyscrapers. Beijing's Zhongguancun area is a world-leading center of scientific and technological innovation as well as entrepreneurship. Beijing has been ranked the city with the largest scientific research output by the Nature Index since the list's inception in 2016. Beijing hosts 176 foreign embassies as well as the headquarters of many organizations, including the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, the Silk Road Fund, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Chinese Academy of Engineering, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, the Central Academy of Fine Arts, the Central Academy of Drama, the Central Conservatory of Music, and the Red Cross Society of China. Etymology. Main article, Names of Beijing. Over the past 3,000 years, the city of Beijing has had numerous other names. The name Beijing, which means northern capital, from the Chinese characters Bei for north and Jing for capital, was applied to the city in 1403 during the Ming Dynasty to distinguish the city from Nanjing, the southern capital. The English spelling Beijing is based on the government's official romanization, adopted in the 1980s, of the 2 characters as they are pronounced in Standard Mandarin. An older English spelling, Peking, was used by Jesuit missionary Martino Martini in a popular atlas published in Amsterdam in 1655. Although Peking is no longer the common name for the city, some of the city's older locations and facilities, such as Beijing Capital International Airport, with the IATA code PEK, and Peking University, still retain the former romanization. The single Chinese character abbreviation for Beijing is, which appears on automobile license plates in the city. The official Latin alphabet abbreviation for Beijing is BJ. History. Main article, History of Beijing. Early history. The earliest traces of human habitation in the Peking municipality were found in the caves of Dragon Bone Hill near the village of Zukudian in Fengshan district, where Peking man lived. Homo erectus fossils from the caves date to 230,000 to 250,000 years ago. Paleolithic Homo sapiens also lived there more recently, about 27,000 years ago. Archaeologists have found Neolithic settlements throughout the municipality, including in Wangfujing, located in central Peking. The first walled city in Beijing was Jiqing, the capital city of the state of Ji, which was built in 1045 BC. Within modern Beijing, Jiqing was located around the present Guanganmen area in the south of Xiqing district. This settlement was later conquered by the state of Yan and made its capital. Early Imperial China. The Tianning Pagoda, built around 1120 during the Liao dynasty. After the first emperor unified China in 221 BC, Jiqing became a prefectural capital, and during the Three Kingdoms period, it was held by Gongsun Zan and Yuan Shao before falling to the Wei Kingdom of Cao Cao. The AD 3rd century Western Jin demoted the town, placing the prefectural seat in neighboring Zhuozhou. During the 16 Kingdoms period, when northern China was conquered and divided by the Wuhu, Jiqing was briefly the capital of the Xinbei former Yan Kingdom. After China was reunified by the Sui dynasty in 581, Jiqing, also known as Zhuozhuan, became the northern terminus of the Grand Canal. Under the Tang dynasty, Jiqing as Yuzhou served as a military frontier command center. During the Inshur Rebellion and again amidst the turmoil of the late Tang, local military commanders founded their own short-lived Yan dynasties and called the city Yanjing, or the Yan capital. Also in the Tang dynasty, the city's name Jiqing was replaced by Yuzhou or Yanjing. In 938, after the fall of the Tang, the later Jin ceded the frontier territory including what is now Beijing to the Khitan Liao dynasty, which treated the city as Nanjing, or the southern capital, one of 4 secondary capitals to complement its supreme capital Shangjing, modern Baron-left banner in Inner Mongolia.
There's a hotel over there.
Some of the oldest surviving pagodas in Beijing date to the Liao period, including the Tianning Pagoda. The Liao fell to the Jurchen Jin dynasty in 1122, which gave the city to the Song dynasty and then retook it in 1125 during its conquest of northern China. In 1153, the Jurchen Jin made Beijing their central capital, or Zhongdu.
Oh yeah, the Song dynasty.
The city was besieged by Genghis
Marco
Khan's
Polo.
invading
It was the
Mongolian
Song
army
dynasty
in 1213
that
and razed to
Kublai
the ground
Khan went
2
to war
years
with.
later. 2 generations later, Kublai Khan ordered the construction of Dadu, or Daidu to the Mongols, commonly known as Khanbaliq, a new capital for his Yuan dynasty to the northeast of the Zhongdu ruins. The construction took from 1264 to 1293, but greatly enhanced the status of a city on the northern fringe of China proper. The city was centered on the Drum Tower slightly to the north of modern Beijing and stretched from the present-day Chang'an Avenue to the northern part of Line 10 subway. Remnants of the Yuan rammed earth wall still stand and are known as the Tuqing. Ming Dynasty. A corner tower of the Forbidden City, built by the Yongle Emperor during the early Ming Dynasty. In 1368, soon after declaring the new Hongwu era of the Ming Dynasty, the rebel leader Zhu Yuanzhang captured Dadu/Khanbaliq and razed the Yuan palaces to the ground. Since the Yuan continued to occupy Xanadu in Mongolia, Dadu was used to supply the Ming military garrisons in the area and renamed Beiping, Weijiles, Pipanji, Northern Peace. Under the Hongwu Emperor's feudal policies, Beiping was given to his son Zhu Di, who was created Prince of Yan. Overlapping layout of Beijing during the Liao, Jin, Yuan, and Ming dynasties. The early death of Zhu Yuanzhang's heir led to a succession struggle upon his death, one that ended with the victory of Zhu Di and the
More
declaration
containers?
of the new Yongle era. Since his harsh treatment of the Ming capital Yingtian, modern Nanjing, alienated many there, he established his fief as a new co-capital. The city of Beiping became Beijing, northern capital, or Shuntian in 1403. The construction of the new imperial residence, the Forbidden City, took from 1406 to 1420. This period was also responsible for several other of the modern city's major attractions, such as the Temple of Heaven in Tiananmen. On October 28, 1420, the city was officially designated the capital of the Ming dynasty in the same year that the Forbidden City was completed. Beijing became the empire's primary capital, and Yingtian, also called Nanjing, southern capital, became the co-capital. A 1425 order by Zhu Di's son, the Hongxi Emperor, to return the primary capital to Nanjing was never carried out. He died, probably of a heart attack, the next month. He was buried, like almost every Ming emperor to follow him, in an elaborate necropolis to Beijing's north. By the 15th century, Beijing had essentially taken its current shape. The Ming city wall continued to serve until modern times, when it was pulled down and the second ring road was built in its place. It is generally believed that Beijing was the largest city in the world for most of the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. The first known church was constructed by Catholics in 1652 at the former site of Matteo Ricci's chapel. The modern Nantang Cathedral was later built upon the same site. The capture of Beijing by Li Zicheng's peasant army in 1644 ended the dynasty, but he and his Shun court abandoned the city without a fight when the Manchu army of Prince Dorgan arrived 40 days later. Qing Dynasty. Summer Palace, one of several palatial gardens built by Qing emperors in the northwest suburb area. Dorgan established the Qing dynasty as a direct successor of the Ming, delegitimizing Li Zicheng and his followers, and Beijing became China's sole capital. The Qing emperors made some modifications to the imperial residence, but, in large part, the Ming buildings and the general layout remained unchanged. Facilities for Manchu worship were introduced, but the Qing also continued the traditional state rituals. Signage was bilingual or Chinese. This early Qing Beijing later formed the setting for the Chinese novel Dream of the Red Chamber. Northwest of the city, Qing emperors built several large palatial gardens, including the Old Summer Palace and the Summer Palace. During the Second Opium War, Anglo-French forces captured the outskirts of the city, looting and burning the Old Summer Palace in 1860. Under the Convention of Peking ending that war, Western powers for the first time secured the right to establish permanent diplomatic presences within the city. From 14 to August 15, 1900, the Battle of Peking was fought. This battle was part of the Boxer Rebellion. The attempt by the Boxers to eradicate this presence, as well as Chinese Christian converts, led to Beijing's reoccupation by 8 foreign powers. During the fighting, several important structures were destroyed, including the Hanlin Academy and the new Summer Palace. A peace agreement was concluded between the Eight-Nation Alliance and representatives of the Chinese government Li Hongzheng and Iquang. On September 7, 1901, the treaty required China to pay an indemnity of $335 million over $4 billion in current dollars, plus interest over a period of 39 years. Also required was the execution or exile of government supporters of the Boxers and the destruction of Chinese forts and other defenses in much of northern China. 10 days after the treaty was signed, the foreign armies left Beijing, although legation guards would remain there until World War II. With the treaty signed, the Empress Dowager Cixi returned to Beijing from her tour of inspection on January 7, 1902, and the rule of the Qing dynasty over China was restored, albeit much weakened by the defeat it had suffered in the Boxer Rebellion and by the indemnity and stipulations of the peace treaty. The Dowager died in 1908 and the dynasty imploded in 1911. Republic of China. A large portrait of Chiang Kai-shek was displayed above Tiananmen. 15. His death less than a year later.
We don't need to hear about the Civil War.
Beijing is situated at the northern edge of the roughly triangular North China Plain, which opens to the south and east of the city. Mountains to the north, northwest, and west shield the city and northern China's agricultural heartland from the encroaching desert steppes. The northwestern part of the municipality,
they have some big-ass
especially
ports.
Yanqing District and Huairou District, are dominated by the Zhendu Mountains, while the western part is framed by Shishan or the Western Hills. The Great Wall of China across the northern part of Beijing municipality was built on the rugged topography to defend against nomadic incursions from the steppes. Mount Dongling, in the Western Hills and on the border with Hebei, is the municipality's highest point, with an altitude of 2,303 meters, 7,556 feet. Major rivers flowing through the municipality, including the Chaobai, Yongding, Juma, are all tributaries in the high river system and flow in a southeasterly direction. The Miyun Reservoir, on the upper reaches of the Chaobai River, is the largest reservoir within the municipality.
Are those wind
Beijing
turbines?
is also the northern terminus of the Grand Canal to Hangzhou, which was built over 1,400 years ago as a transportation route, and the South-North Water Transfer Project, constructed in the past decade to bring water from the Yangtze River Basin. The urban area of Beijing, on the plains in the south-central of the municipality with elevation of 40 to 60 meters, 130 to 200 feet, occupies a relatively small but expanding portion of the municipality's area. The city spreads out in concentric ring roads. The second ring road traces the old city walls, and the sixth ring road connects satellite towns in the surrounding suburbs. Tiananmen and Tiananmen Square are at the center of Beijing, directly to the south of the Forbidden City, the former residence of the emperors of China. To the west of Tiananmen is Zongnanhai, the residence of China's current leaders. Chang'an Avenue, which cuts between Tiananmen and the square, forms the city's main east-west axis. Beijing's pattern of development from the old inner city to its urban fringe are frequently described as spreading like a pancake, tan de bing. This pattern of development is frequently cited as a reason for Beijing's urban problems. Climate. Beijing average annual temperatures from 1970 to 2019 during summer, June, July, and August, and winter, December, January, and February. Weather station data from NOAA. For comparison, the global surface temperature anomaly rose by approximately 1 degree over the same time period. Hide.
Hanong 729 Heavy, you were assigned flight level 185. I show you at flight level 195. Descend to flight
Architecture.
level 185.
Three styles of architecture are predominant in urban Beijing. First, there is the traditional architecture of Imperial China, perhaps best exemplified by the massive Tiananmen, Gate of Heavenly Peace, which remains the People's Republic of China's trademark edifice, the Forbidden City, the Imperial Ancestral Temple, and the Temple of Heaven. Next, there is what is sometimes referred to as the Sino-SOV style, with structures tending to be boxy and sometimes poorly constructed, which were built between the 1950s and the 1970s. Finally, there are much more modern architectural forms, most noticeably in the area of the Beijing CBD in East Beijing, such as the new CCTV
So I
headquarters,
think these
in
markers
addition
are
to buildings
ships,
in other
if I'm not
locations around the
mistaken.
city,
And
such
these
as the
are also
Beijing
real
National
ships,
Stadium and National Center for the
real-time
Performing
positions
Arts.
of cargo
Since
ships
2007,
that
buildings
is
in
present in the
Beijing
game.
have received the CTBUH Skyscraper Award for Best Overall Tall Building twice, for the Linked Hybrid Building in 2009 and the CCTV Headquarters in 2013. The CTBUH Skyscraper Award for Best Tall Overall Building is given to only one building around the world every year. In the early 21st century, Beijing has witnessed tremendous growth of new building constructions, exhibiting various modern styles from international designers, most pronounced in the CBD region. A mixture of both 1950s design and neo-futuristic style of architecture can be seen at the 798 Art Zone, which mixes the old with the new. Beijing's tallest building is the 528-meter China Zun. Wangjing Soho. Beijing is famous for its seiyuans, a type of residence where a common courtyard is shared by the surrounding buildings. Among the more grand examples are the Prince Gong Mansion and residence of Song Qingling. These courtyards are usually connected by alleys called hutongs. The hutongs are generally straight and run east to west so that doorways face north and south for good feng shui. They vary in width. Some are so narrow only a few pedestrians can pass through at a time. Once ubiquitous in Beijing, Sehiyuans and hutongs are rapidly disappearing, as entire city blocks of hutongs are replaced by high-rise buildings. Residents of the hutongs are entitled to live in the new buildings in apartments of at least the same size as their former residences. Many complain, however, that the traditional sense of community and street life of the hutongs cannot be replaced, and these properties are often government-owned. Environmental issues. A view of the Forbidden City from the Jingshan Park during heavy smog in November 2016. Beijing had a long history of environmental problems. Between 2000 and 2009, Beijing's urban extent quadrupled, which not only strongly increased the extent of anthropogenic emissions, but also changed the meteorological situation fundamentally, even if emissions of human society are not included. For example, surface albedo, wind speed, and humidity near the surface were decreased, whereas ground and near-surface air temperatures, vertical air dilution, and ozone levels were increased. Because of the combined factors of urbanization and pollution caused by burning of fossil fuel, Beijing is often affected by serious environmental problems, which lead to health issues of many inhabitants. In 2013, heavy smog struck Beijing and most parts of northern China, impacting a total of 600 million people. After this, pollution shock, air pollution, became an important economic and social concern in China. After that, the government of Beijing announced measures to reduce air pollution, for example by lowering the share of coal from 24% in 2012 to 10% in 2017, while the national government ordered heavily polluting vehicles to be removed from 2015 to 2017 and increased its efforts to transition the energy system to clean sources. Air quality. Joint research between American and Chinese researchers in 2006 concluded that much of the city's pollution comes from surrounding cities and provinces. On average, 35 to 60% of the ozone can be traced to sources outside the city. Shandong Province and Tianjin Municipality have a significant influence on Beijing's air quality, partly due to the prevailing south/southeasterly flow during the summer and the mountains to the north and northwest. In preparation for the 2008 Summer Olympics and to fulfill promises to clean up the city's air, nearly $17 billion was spent. Beijing implemented a number of air improvement schemes for the duration of the Games, including halting work at all construction sites, closing many factories in Beijing permanently, temporarily shutting industry in neighboring regions, closing some gas stations, and cutting motor traffic by half by limiting drivers to odd or even days, based on their license plate numbers, reducing bus and subway fares, opening new subway lines, and banning high-emission vehicles.
I remember South Korea also did something similar when smog was a huge concern. I think in the late 2000s and early 2010s. The South Korean government also did the even number, odd number. What the fuck do you call it? Yeah, they limited the amount of cars on the road by only allowing even numbered license plates to drive on one day and odd numbered license plates on the other day, every other day. Bit of a draconian measure, but the smog was really, really bad. And a lot of the smog at the time also came from China. So it was a common concern in both South Korea and China. Yeah, the air pollution was a common concern for both the Chinese and the Koreans because of all the Chinese industrial centers in northern China. I still remember when the driving was limited to those even and odd number license plates.
Vehicles. The city further assembled 3,800 natural gas-powered buses, one of the largest fleets in the world. Beijing became the first city in China to require the Chinese equivalent to the Euro 4 emission standard. Coal burning accounts for about 40% of the PM 2.5 in Beijing and is also the chief source of nitrogen and sulfur dioxide. Since 2012, the city has been converting coal-fired power stations to burn natural gas and aims to cap annual coal consumption at 20 million tons. In 2011, the city burned 26.3 million tons of coal, 73% of which for heating and power generation and the remainder for industry. Much of the city's air pollutants are emitted by neighboring regions. Coal consumption in neighboring Tianjin is expected to increase from 48 to 63 million tons from 2011 to 2015. Hebei province burned over 300 million tons of coal in 2011, more than all of Germany, of which only 30% were used for power generation and a considerable portion for steel and cement making. Power plants in the coal mining regions of Shaanxi, Inner Mongolia and Shaanxi, where coal consumption has tripled since 2000, and Shandong also contribute to air pollution in Beijing. Shandong, Shaanxi, Hebei, and Inner Mongolia respectively rank from 1st to 4th among Chinese provinces by coal consumption. There were 4 major coal-fired power plants in the city to provide electricity as well as heating during the winter. The first one, Gaoxing Thermal Power Plant, was shut down in 2014. Another 2 were shut in March 2015. The last one, Wanning Thermal Power Plant, would be shut in 2016. Between 2013 and 2017, the city planned to reduce 13 million tons of coal consumption and cap coal consumption to 15 million tons in 2015. The government sometimes uses cloud seeding measures to increase the likelihood of rain showers in the region to clear the air prior to large events, such as prior to the 60th anniversary parade in 2009, as well as to combat drought conditions in the area. More recently, however, the government has increased its usage of such measures as closing factories temporarily and implementing greater restrictions for cars on the road, as in the case of APEC Blue and Parade Blue, short periods during and immediately preceding the APEC China 2014 and the 2015 China Victory Day Parade, respectively. During and prior to these events, Beijing's air quality improved dramatically, only to fall back to unhealthy levels shortly after. On the 8th and the 9th of December 2015, Beijing had its first smog alert, which shut down a majority of the industry and other commercial businesses in the city. Later in the month, another smog red alert was issued. According to Beijing's Environmental Protection Bureau's announcement in November 2016, starting from 2017, highly polluting old cars will be banned from being driven whenever smog red alerts are issued in the city or neighboring regions. In recent years, there has been measurable reductions in pollutants after the war on pollution was declared in 2014, with Beijing seeing a 35% reduction in fine particulates in 2017 and further reduction by 2020. The primary factors behind this reduction were replacing coal power with natural gas and cleaning up polluting industrial facilities in the Beijing area. Beijing's annual average concentration of major airborne fine particulate matter, or PM 2.5, declined to 30 micrograms per cubic meter in 2022, the best air quality for the city since 2013. In 2024, Beijing experienced only 2 days of heavy pollution, the lowest number on record, which had decreased by 96.6% from 58 days in 2013.
Damn.
Readings. Due to Beijing's high level of air pollution, there are various readings by different sources on the subject. Daily pollution readings at 27 monitoring stations around the city are reported on the website of the Beijing Environmental Protection Bureau, JEP. The American Embassy of Beijing also reports hourly fine particulate, PM 2.5, and ozone levels on Twitter. Since the JEP and U.S. Embassy measure different pollutants according to different criteria, the pollution levels and the impact to human health reported by the BJEP are often lower than that reported by the US Embassy. The smog is causing harm and danger to the population. The air pollution does directly result in significant impact on the morbidity rate of cardiovascular disease and respiratory disease in Beijing. Exposure to large concentrations of polluted air can cause respiratory and cardiovascular problems, emergency room visits, and even death. Dust storms.
Oh, dust storms.
Dust from the erosion of deserts in northern and northwestern China results in seasonal dust storms that plague the city. The Beijing Weather Modification Office sometimes artificially induces rainfall to fight such storms and mitigate their effects. In the first 4 months of 2006 alone, there were no fewer than 8 such storms. In April 2002, one dust storm alone dumped nearly 50,000 tons of dust onto the city before moving on to Japan and Korea. Government. Main article, Politics of Beijing. The municipal.
Yeah, the dust storms are also really bad. They were really bad. I don't think they happen as frequently now. But like, it can come on very suddenly. 1 minute everything's fine, and in the next you can't see anything. Think of it like a very heavy fog, except it's dark yellow / orange. It's kind of scary. If you've never been in one, it's like, what the heck just happened? It looks like that scene from Cyberpunk, not Cyberpunk. Blade Runner 2077. Like it's a very, like those scenes in Las Vegas in that film, where everything's like bright orange or dark orange or dark yellow.
China Eastern 5112 Heavy. We are showing a slight discrepancy in your altitude. Please confirm altitude.
China Eastern 5112 Heavy, confirming flight level 195.
Copy that. China Eastern 5112 Heavy. Thanks for the clarification.
Culture of Beijing.
People native to urban Beijing speak the Beijing dialect, which belongs to the Mandarin subdivision
There's
of
a
spoken
Beijing
Chinese.
dialect? What?
This speech is the basis for Putonghua, the standard spoken language used in mainland China and Taiwan, and one of the 4 official languages of Singapore. Rural areas of Beijing municipality have their own dialects akin to those of Hebei province, which surrounds Beijing municipality. Beijing or Peking opera is a traditional form of Chinese theater well known throughout the nation. Commonly lauded as one of the highest achievements of Chinese culture, Beijing opera is performed through a combination of song, spoken dialogue, and codified action sequences involving gestures, movement, fighting, and acrobatics. Much of Beijing opera is carried out in an archaic stage dialect quite different from modern Standard Chinese and from the modern Beijing dialect. Sliced Peking duck served with traditional condiments.
Okay,
Beijing
duck.
cuisine is the local style of cooking. Peking duck is perhaps the best known dish. Fuling jiabing, a traditional Beijing snack food, is a pancake, bing, resembling a flat disc with a filling made from fu ling, a fungus used in traditional Chinese medicine. Tea houses are also common in Beijing. The cloisonne, or jingtailan, literally blue of Jingtai, metalworking technique and tradition is a Beijing art speciality, and is one of the most revered traditional crafts in China. Cloisonne making requires elaborate and complicated processes which include base hammering, copper strip inlay, soldering, enamel filling, enamel firing, surface polishing, and gilding. Beijing's lacquerware is also well known for its sophisticated and intricate patterns and images carved into its surface, and the various decoration techniques of lacquer include carved lacquer and engraved gold. Younger residents of Beijing have become more attracted to the nightlife, which has flourished in recent decades, breaking prior cultural traditions that had practically restricted it to the upper class. Today, Hohai, Sanlitun, and Wadiaku are Beijing's nightlife hotspots. In 2012, Beijing was named as City of Design and became part of the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. Places of interest. See also, major national historical and cultural sites, Beijing, and list of Beijing landmarks. The city remains an epicenter of tradition with the treasures of nearly 2,000 years as the imperial capital still on view, in the famed Forbidden City and in the city's lush pavilions and gardens. National Geographic. Tiananmen Avenue is a traditional commercial street outside Tiananmen Gate along the southern
Okay. Start from
at the historical heart.
Yep.
The historical heart of Beijing lies the Forbidden City, the enormous palace compound that was the home of the emperors of the Ming and Qing dynasties. The Forbidden City hosts the Palace Museum, which contains imperial collections of Chinese art. Surrounding the Forbidden City are several former imperial gardens, parks, and scenic areas, notably Beihai, Shikahai, Zongnanhai, Gingshan, and Zhongshan. These places, particularly Beihai Park, are described as masterpieces of Chinese gardening art, and are tourist destinations of historical importance. In the modern era, Zongnanhai has also been the political heart of various Chinese governments and regimes and is now the headquarters of the Chinese Communist Party and the State Council. From Tiananmen Square, right across from the Forbidden City, there are several notable sites, such as the Tiananmen, the Great Hall of the People, the National Museum of China, the Monument to the People's Heroes, and the Mausoleum of Mao Zedong. The Summer Palace and the Old Summer Palace both lie at the western part of the city. The former, a
Mao
UNESCO
Zedong
World
Mausoleum.
Heritage Site, contains a comprehensive collection of imperial gardens and palaces that served as the summer retreats for the Qing imperial family. Among the best-known religious sites in the city is the Temple of Heaven, Tiantan, located in southeastern Beijing, also a UNESCO World Heritage Site, where emperors of the Ming and Qing dynasties made visits for annual ceremonies of prayers to heaven for good harvest. In the north of the city is the Temple of Earth, Daitan, while the Temple of the Sun, Ritan, and the Temple of the Moon, Wetan, lie in the eastern and western urban areas respectively. Other well-known temple sites include the Donghua Temple, Tongji Temple, Miaoying Temple, White Cloud Temple, Yonghe Temple, Faiyuan Temple, Wanshou Temple, and Big Bell Temple. The city also has its own Confucius Temple, and a Guozijian or Imperial Academy. The Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception, built in 1605, is the oldest Catholic church in Beijing. The Neojia Mosque is the oldest mosque in Beijing, with a history stretching back over 1,000 years. Universal Studios Beijing. Happy Valley Beijing. Beijing contains several well-preserved pagodas and stone pagodas, such as the towering pagoda of Tianning Temple, which was built during the Liao dynasty from 1100 to 1120, and the pagoda of Siso Temple, which was built in 1576 during the Ming dynasty. Historically noteworthy stone bridges include the 12th century Lugo Bridge, the 17th century Baliqiao Bridge, and the 18th century Jade Belt Bridge. The Beijing Ancient Observatory displays pre-telescopic spheres dating back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. The Fragrant Hills, Xiangshan, is a public park that consists of natural landscaped areas as well as traditional and cultural relics. The Beijing Botanical Garden exhibits over 6,000 species of plants, including a variety of trees, bushes, and flowers, and an extensive peony garden. The Taoranting, Longtan, Chaoyang, Haidian, Mila Yuan, and Zizhu Yuan parks are some of the notable recreational parks in the city. The Beijing Zoo is a center of zoological research that also contains rare animals from various continents, including the Chinese. Giant Panda. There are 144 museums and galleries, as of June 2008, in the city. In addition to the Palace Museum in the Forbidden City and the National Museum of China, other major museums include the National Art Museum of China, the Capital Museum, the Beijing Art Museum, the Military Museum of the Chinese People's Revolution, the Geological Museum of China, the Beijing Museum of Natural History, and the Paleozoological Museum of China. Located at the outskirts of urban Beijing, but within its municipality, are the 13 tombs of the Ming Dynasty, the lavish and elaborate burial sites of 13 Ming emperors, which have been designated as part of the UNESCO World Heritage Site Imperial Tombs of the Ming and Qing dynasties. The archaeological Peking Man site at Zhoukoudian is another World Heritage Site within the municipality, containing a wealth of discoveries, among them one of the first specimens of Homo erectus and an assemblage of bones of the gigantic hyena Pachyprocuta brevirostris. There are several sections of the
Gigantic
UNESCO World
hyena?
Heritage Site Great
Fuck.
Wall of China, most notably Badaling, Jinshanling, Simitai, and
Are
Nixianli.
hyenas dogs
According
or
to the World
wolves?
Travel
Like
and
part
Tourism
of that
Council, WTTC,
branch of
Beijing
animals,
is
or
the
is it a
second
cat?
highest earning tourist city in the world after Shanghai. Theme parks located within the city include
Well,
Universal
hyenas are more
Studios
closer to
Beijing
wolves
and Happy
than
Valley
cats,
Beijing,
or tigers.
both of which are among the most visited theme parks in Asia. Intangible cultural heritage. Peking Opera. The cultural heritage of Beijing is rich and diverse. Starting 2006,
Control, say again, Charlie 69.
Negative. Non-chunk control on 120.5.
Say again, Charlie 69.
Negative. Non-chunk control on 120.5.
Control on 120.5. Charlie 69.
China Eastern 5112 Heavy. Contact non-chunk control 120.5. Have a good day.
Control Charlie 69 at flight level 130.
Charlie 69, non-chunk control, identified.
Okay, let me...
Non-chunk control, China Eastern 5112 Heavy, flight level 195.
China Eastern 5112 Heavy, non-chunk control, radar contact. Non-chunk control, Air China 1716, good day, 10,500 feet. Air China 1716, non-chunk control, radar contact. Non-chunk control, United Eagle 2255, good day, flight level 215. United Eagle 2255, non-chunk control, radar contact.
One two 6.25. I'm gonna put that in Palms 2.
China Eastern 5621, contact Shenyang control 118.9er. Center on 118.9er, China Eastern 5621.
We are a bit too far away. Charlie 69, flight level 130. Oh, I gotta set it here, okay. One, 2, 6, 2, 5.
Non-Choom control, Philippine 359. Good day. Flight level 320. Philippine 359. Non-Choom control. Identified.
Gotta be a little bit closer to listen to the destination airport's weather service. Yeah, like I expected, Beijing has a lot of Wikipedia entries. Oh. This plane is very quiet. Can I turn off the co-pilot PFD?
China Eastern 6559. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9er.
Center on 118.9er, China Eastern 6559. Have a good day.
Our top of descent is over here. Wait, is it over here? No, I think that's our TOD. Yeah, it's a pretty short flight. This plane is definitely faster. Although it's not too fast. I do like it though. I like this plane. Control, Charlie 69, radio check.
Charlie 69, readability 5.
Starting to see some clouds over there. We are crossing this little, is there a term for this? Where like the shore kind of like bulges inward? I feel like there was a term for it.
Nanchang Control, Xiamen Air 8150, flight level 140.
Xiamen Air 8150, Nanchang Control, identified.
Is there a faster plane than this, but which is also a propeller aircraft? Isn't there one with like 2 propellers that was like quite fast too? Oh, I remember. The Beechcraft 250. I hated the UI in that plane. Like, this one's less intuitive. Like, this plane also has a UI system. It's a bit less intuitive than the Garmin systems. So the DA62 has the Garmin 1000. The Vision Jet has a G3000 or something. Those are like the best UIs for the onboard computer. This one isn't bad. At least it's like a touch screen. But stuff like choosing the MFD and then pressing page to see like hidden menus, that's not intuitive at all. But aside from that, I think everything else is fine. Maybe after this, we'll make a short flight with the Vision Jet to see what that looks like. I think I'll try to get like lower altitudes for the Vision Jet. Control, Charlie 69, requesting flight level 090.
Charlie 69, confirm new altitude flight level 090.
Affirmative. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, roger. Descend to flight level 090.
LC. This doesn't have
Charlie
any.
69, roger. Descend to flight level 090.
Descending to flight level 090. Charlie 69. Let's see if we can listen.
Charlie. 0441 Zulu. Landing and departing runway 03. Transition level 069 left. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie.
Info Charlie.
Dash report airport information, Charlie. 0441 Zulu. Landing and departing runway 03. Transition level 069 left. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie. Dash report airport information, Charlie.
Shuipo, let's look at our landing, runway 03, standard approach, Foxtrot Zulu 52 Foxtrot. Transition level was 60,000 feet. Let's arm VNAV. VNAV is armed.
and departing runway 03. Transition level 069er. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie.
69er.
Dash Report Airport information, Charlie. 0441 Zulu. Landing and departing runway 03. Transition level 069er. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie. Dash Report Airport information, Charlie. 0441 Zulu. Landing and departing runway 03. Transition level 069er. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie. Dash Report Airport information, Charlie. 0441 Zulu. Landing and departing runway 03. Transition level 069er. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie. Dash Report.
We made it across the bay. We are approaching our destination. We should be preparing for descent. So, our TOD XTOD is, I think, over there. We do see a lot of clouds near the airport itself. Control Charlie 69, requesting flight level 070.
Charlie 69, confirm new altitude flight level 070.
Affirmative, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, roger. Descend to flight level 070.
Descending to flight level 070, Charlie 69.
Shenzhen Air 9731, contact Shenyang Control 118.9. Center on 118.9, Shenzhen Air 9731.
Flight level change is quite steep, actually. Got some low-hanging clouds. Might be some rain. Waypoint Tekam to Foxtrot Zulu. Beigozhen. Beigozhen. Jesus. Beigozhen? Beigozhen? Zen? I'm sorry to anyone from China because I am butchering these names. But do people in China, do they have access to YouTube? Like normally? Or is it like banned in certain parts of the world? I think in Russia it's like banned. You need to use like a VPN to access YouTube.
Non-Chong Control, China 76449. Good day. Flight level 180.
Yeah, is YouTube blocked as part of the China's Great Firewall? Okay, the clouds are spawning in.
Non-Chong Control, China Eastern 6338 Heavy, flight level 160.
China Eastern 6338 Heavy, non-Chong Control, radar contact.
Dash Report Airport Information Charlie, 0441 Zulu. Landing and departing runway 03. Transition level 069. Advise on initial contact. You have information Charlie.
What's the whooshing sound? Yikes. Look at that. That's a nasty, that's like a rainstorm, huh?
Non-Chong Control, China Eastern 6348 Heavy, flight level 105. China Eastern 6348 Heavy, non-Chong Control, radar contact. Charlie 69, non-Chong Control, expect FCF 52, runway 03.
Expect F052, runway 13, Charlie 69.
Shenzhen Air 9673, contact Shenyang Control 118.9. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9. Shenzhen Air 9673, bye-bye.
That looks like a penis. Actually, I mean, okay, now it looks like, okay, it's disappearing, but for a second, it looked very phallic. Or I guess it didn't, but I just see phallic symbols everywhere.
China Eastern 2018 QNH expect the ILS Yankee runway 03 with the way high transition.
QNH expects the ILS Yankee runway 03 with the way high transition. China Eastern to 2018.
FZ 52 Foxtrot. That's us. $4,700, $4,700. Okay. Whiskey Hotel 108. Still got some distance to go. Some pretty cool looking clouds over here. Hopefully we won't get too much turbulence. Wind isn't that bad.
Non-Chong Control, China Eastern 2720. Good afternoon. Flight level 115.
China Eastern 2720, non-Chong control, identified.
We got some blue colored buildings down there. Passing through the clouds, making sure we have lights on.
Korean Air 1512 unmage, expect the ILS Yankee runway 03 with the way high transition.
Killer H expect the ILS Yankee runway 03 with the way high transition. Korean Air 151.
Shandong 4745. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9er. Center on 118.9er. Shandong 4745. Bye-bye.
Nanchang Control. Korean Air 870 Heavy. Good afternoon. Flight level 225.
Jeju Air 9306. Turn right. Heading 260. Climb to flight level 200.
Is it just me, or are these clouds like really low to the ground?
Turn right. Heading 260. Climb to flight level 200.
We are only at 7,000
Jeju Air
feet.
9306.
But these clouds are way below us.
Korean Air 870 Heavy. Nanchang Control. Identified.
Whoa. Look at
Shandong
that.
4749. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9er.
This looks cool.
Center on 118.9er. Shandong 4749.
Is this based on... Are the clouds also based on real life conditions? From weather data? Or are a lot of them just like randomly, procedurally generated by the game engine? Because this is really cool.
Shandong 4614. Contact Qingdao approach 124.6. Contact Qingdao approach 124.6. Shandong 4614.
Charlie 69 requesting flight level 060. Scratch that. Requesting flight level 040.
Charlie 69, unable your flight is to the southeast and 4,000 feet is an even numbered flight level. Please take an alt altitude.
Charlie 69 requesting 5,000 feet.
Charlie 69, you broke up. Say again altitude.
Cancel that. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, I didn't get that altitude. Say again altitude.
Altitude 7,000 feet. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, you broke up. Say again altitude.
7,000 feet. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, I didn't get that altitude. Say again altitude.
Request flight level 070, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, you are already at flight level 070. So, go ahead and stay there.
Thanks, man. I need to descend. I should have descended a long time ago.
Non-Chong control. Expect Laren 11 Alpha. Runway 23 right.
I thought the map showed my
Expect
TOD.
Laren 11 Alpha.
It didn't.
Runway 23 right. Sherman Air 8071. Charlie 69, FCF 52, runway 03. Report ready for descent.
FZ52, runway 03. Ready for descent. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, descend to 5,000 feet, QNH.
Descend to 5,000 feet, QNH. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69 QNH, expect the ILS Zulu runway 03 with the WH106 transition.
Expect ILS Zulu 03 with the Whiskey Hotel 106 transition. Charlie 69. Will it automatically...
Air Junior 1196, we're getting a low speed warning from your flight data. Are you experiencing any issues?
Oh shit.
Air Junior 1196, no issues. Just adjusting speed to maintain separation.
Air Junior 1196, understood. Thanks for the update. Charlie 69, descend to 3,100 feet.
Descend to 3,100 feet. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, clear direct WH 106, cross WH 106 at or above 3,100 feet, cleared ILS Zulu runway 03.
Clear direct WH-106, cross WH-106 at or above 3,100 feet, cleared ILS Zulu 03, Charlie 69.
Korean Air 870 Heavy, non-Chong control, expect gone of tree Mike, runway 34 left.
Expect gone of tree Mike, runway 34 left, Korean Air 870 Heavy.
China Eastern 2018, 5 miles from XM 903, turn right, heading 320, maintain 2,100 feet until established on the final approach course, cleared ILS Yankee runway 03.
Turn right, heading 320, 2,100 feet until established. Clear the LS Yankee, runway 03, China Eastern 2018.
Shenzhen Air 9683, non-Chong control, expect mixed up 01 Alpha, runway 10.
Expect mix up 01 Alpha, runway 10, Shenzhen Air 9683.
Korean Air 870 Heavy, contact Incheon control 125.45.
Contact Incheon control 125.45, Korean Air 870 Heavy.
Xiaomen Air 8071, Laren 11 Alpha, runway 23 right. Report ready for descent. Laren 11 Alpha, runway 23 right, ready for descent. Xiaomen Air 8071. Xiaomen Air 8071, descend to 2,100 feet.
What the fuck?
Q1H1005. Descend to 2,100 feet. Xiaomen Air 8071. China Eastern 2018, contact Weihai Tower 130.0.
Over to tower 130.0, China Eastern 2018. Bye-bye.
Why is it set to rolling? It disarmed my friggin' Oof. This is terrible visibility.
Shenzhen Air 9683, descend to 3,000 feet. QNH1010.
Descend to 3,000 feet, QNH1010, Shenzhen Air 9683.
I will have to manually guide myself on an intercept path.
Contact Incheon control 125.45. Contact Incheon control 125.45. Korean Air 102. Bye-bye.
start slowing down a little bit. Nav mode is armed, so I just have to get on the intercept. I just have to intercept the path. Come on.
Xiamen Air 8071. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9er. Have a good afternoon. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9er. Xiamen Air 8071.
Okay, we intercepted our GPS path. VNav has been engaged. Charlie 69 established on approach.
Charlie 69, affirmative.
We are quite close to... Yeah, we are 5 miles away. Okay. This is most definitely an IFR landing.
Charlie 69, contact Weihai Tower 130.0.
Power on 130.0. Charlie 69. Power Charlie 69 with information Charlie. ILS 13 landing. Fuck, altitude.
Charlie 69, stay altitude.
Charlie 69 with information Charlie. ILS landing, runway 13, altitude 3,100.
Korean Air 151, 5 miles on XM903, turn right, heading 315. Maintain 2,100 feet until established. Clear ILS Yankee runway 03.
Turn right, heading 315. 2,100 feet until established. Cleared ILS Yankee runway 03. Korean Air 151.
China Southern 8522, non-Chong control. Expect Tosin 11 Alpha, runway 24.
Expect Tosin 11 Alpha, runway 24. China Southern 8522.
Why do we like lose a bunch of RPM?
Charlie 69, contact Weihai Tower 130.0.
Son of a bitch. Tower Charlie 69. Altitude 3,100.
Charlie 69, Weihai Tower, runway 03 cleared to land.
Runway 03 clear to land. Charlie 69. Missed approach. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, go around. Fly runway center line, maintain 2,100 feet.
Fly runway center line, maintain 2,100 feet. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, contact non-Chong control 120.5.
Control 120.5. Charlie 69.
Weihai Tower, Korean Air 151. ILS Yankee runway 03.
I fucked it up pretty bad.
Korean Air 151, Weihai Tower, continue.
Will call, Korean Air 151.
Control Charlie 69 at 2,700 feet. Missed approach.
Charlie 69, welcome back. Continue.
Affirmative. Charlie 69.
Capital Jet 5627, contact Shenyang control 118.9. Have a good afternoon. Center on 118.9. Capital Jet 5627. Shenzhen Air 9683, contact Shenyang control 118.9. Bye-bye.
Center on 118.9. Shenzhen Air 9683.
Okay, we need a little bit more juice in our engines.
Air Travel 7149, contact Shenyang control 118.9. Center on 118.9. Air Travel 7149.
I believe we have to hold.
China Southern 8522, contact Shenyang control 118.9. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Shenyang control 118.9. China Southern 8522.
Control Charlie 69. I missed my approach. Can you assign me a new one?
Charlie 69, Roger. Stay approach.
ILS 3 Yankee. Runway 0. 03.
Charlie 69, confirm new approach ILS Yankee runway 03.
Affirmative, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69 QNH, expect radar vectors for ILS Yankee runway 03.
Expect vectors to ILS Yankee 03. Charlie 69. Cool. Maybe I wasn't supposed to press activate vectors. What's this? Established on approach, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, Roger. Stay approach.
ILS Yankee 03. Charlie 69. I think...
Charlie 69, you're already assigned IL as Yankee runway 03. Unable.
Yeah.
Jeju Air 9306, contact Incheon control 125.45. Bye-bye.
Okay, how do I
Center on 125.45. Jeju Air 9306.
how do I do this again? I think this worked. Weather is really shitty. I don't know why we're not getting handed off to approach for the airport, but okay. Let's just try and get back on the approach. On. Visibility? I would say what? Less than half a mile, like less than a mile? About half a mile?
Nanchang Control, Shandong 4659, flight level 110.
Shandong 4659, Nanchang Control, radar contact.
I just go over to approach. Tower Charlie 69 with information Charlie, ILS 3 Yankee, approach, Runway 03. Charlie 69. Altitude. Fuck.
Charlie 69, Wei High Tower, runway 03 cleared to land.
Oh, I'm supposed to just automatically switch over, I guess. Runway 03 clear to land. Charlie 69. Okay, all we have to do is turn around and land. I can't tell if I have to turn on approach mode or if I just let, or don't have to do that. I don't know. This is, it says it's an ILS approach. At the same time, I don't think it is. That's not what I want to do. Yeah, I don't think that was it. I think VNAV is armed. This is impossible to actually see the airport, so I'm gonna have to do this entirely by IFR. Flaps level 1 is 150 knots speed limit, okay. I see the glide slope coming down. This should work. We are on the glide path. Flaps level 2. We have stopped.
Autopilot.
For some unforsaken reason, we missed our glide path. Do not auto throttle beyond the flaps speed limit.
Speed.
Son of a bitch.
Speed. 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 Speed.
Oh, bitch.
Speed. Speed.
Why are we so fast?
Speed. Speed. Speed.
We get speed brakes or something?
Speed.
I am at 0% throttle.
Speed.
We are not slowing down at all.
Speed. Speed.
Hello? I'm at max flaps. Missed approach. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, Roger. Say approach.
ILS. Yankee. ILS 3. Runway 03. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, you're already assigned ILS Yankee runway 03. Unable.
Stall.
Yeah, am I supposed to get like speed brakes to slow down or something? First of all, I think there was a moment in the glide path that we didn't have enough speed or something, and we dropped down elevation a bit too quickly, and that threw us off our glide slope, which turned off VNav. And then my auto throttle was on, so it made it even harder for me to stop. And apparently this engine really doesn't like to slow down.
Stall. Envelope. Envelope. Envelope.
It's gonna be a scuffed landing. Well, we didn't crash, but it was close. Jesus. Request a taxi to parking. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, Weihai Tower. You need to make a taxi request and check the frequency for instructions.
Request a taxi to assigned ramp.
Charlie 69, welcome to Dash Repo. Say parking or advise if need assignment.
Any ramp will do. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, Ram 9er taxi via Alpha.
Ramp 9er, taxi via Alpha. Charlie 69. Okay, a couple of things I want to learn about this aircraft. One. Is there a speed brake or spoilers that help me slow down? Because it feels like this plane is a bit hard to slow down just by cutting off the throttle. Two, yeah, no, that's it. Getting some pretty heavy rain at the airport. So this thing is so fast in taxi mode, where I have my throttle is at 0%, but it's just like it's fucking moving. Phew. Okay, we made it. We made it. Go down. Holy shit, my game almost crashed. What the fuck? All electronics must be off. Okay, we made it. Oh boy. Yeah, maybe I'll just keep flying this aircraft. Yeah, let me check if this plane has spoilers or speed brakes. Well, speed brakes? On aircraft manuals. PC-12, come on, PC-12, where is it? Wait, what? There's a reverse thrust for the PC-12.
Options. Go to Control Options. Controls Options. Ensure your flight yoke or flight controller is selected. Reverse thrust. So in this, just reverse, you can see here the option to set a button for hold reverse thrust has come up. I'm going to set the red button on my flight yoke system. You can set whatever you want, but I'm going to use this button for hold reverse thrust. So left click in the box, left click in start scanning, and click whatever button you want to use for hold reverse thrust. Apply those settings to your profile and simulator. Go!
Okay, there's reverse thrust and spoilers. Yo, hold on. The engines are on. Settings. Controls. I'll put in my flight stick somewhere. Hold propeller reverse thrust. What will be a good...
No takeoff.
Doesn't work? Hello? Controls.
No takeoff.
Oh, that's weird.
No takeoff.
But there is reverse thrust. Okay. Let's see. Let's keep going. I think I have enough time for one more flight. And a shorter flight. Let me go get some tea. I'll be right back. Okay. Now that I know about the reverse thruster, this might be a bit easier to handle. First, let's plan out our route. We are at what are we? DSWH. How come we got... Huh? Oh. Oh, we are way out in the, That's not a peninsula, though. Let's go over to Qiyang. I think that should be a relatively short flight. Maybe we can push it for Huaguashan. DSLG. Come on. DSWH. DSLG. $282 miles. Short little trip. Maybe we should go to ZSPD. Yeah, somewhere where we can look at the coastline. Should be good.
Beyond ATC connected.
Go ahead and turn our batteries on. Fatal error. The fuck?
Beyond ATC connected.
Come on, BATC, don't fail me now. Oh. Let's tune into ATIS.
Rise on initial contact you have information November.
Mission November.
Dash report airport information November. 0827 Zulu. Landing and departing runway 03. Transition level 069er. Read back or hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact you have information November. Dash report
Okay,
airport
let's
information
contact
November.
tower.
0827 Zulu. Landing and departing runway 03. Transition level 069er.
Tower Charlie 69. Request IFR clearance.
Charlie 69, Weihai Tower, expect runway 03. Climb 6,000 feet on runway centerline, then expect radar vectors FC. Squawk 3144.
Runway 03, heading runway center line, climb to 6,000 feet, squawk 3114, Charlie 69.
Negative, expect radar vectors FC and squawk 3144.
Expect runway 03, climb 6,000 feet on runway center line. Then expect radar vectors FZ, squawk 3144, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, read back correct. Call me back when ready for start or taxi.
Affirmative, request startup only, Charlie 69. Charlie 69, requesting startup only.
Charlie 69, engine start approved. Call when ready for taxi.
All when ready for taxi, Charlie 69. Ooh, let's fuel up. Just in case. Radar vectors to FZ. Okay. Charlie 69 request taxi to departure.
Charlie 69, runway 03 taxi via Alpha.
Runway 03, taxi via Alpha, Charlie 69. Let's try out the new reverse thruster. So brakes off. Cool. It's like the rain cleared up very quickly. Charlie 69, what's the barometer reading?
Charlie 69, we high tower, QNH at Pudong is 1003. Transition level at Pudong is 118. Visibility is 10 plus miles.
Affirmative. Charlie 69. Charlie 69er with information November. Holding short runway 03. Ready for takeoff.
Charlie 69, we high tower, flight heading 030, runway 03, cleared for takeoff.
Heading 030, runway 03, clear for takeoff. Charlie 69. There we go. 030. Everything is set. Flaps are up, gears are up.
Charlie 69, reset transponder. Squawk 3144.
Squawk 3144. Climbing to 6,000 feet. Heading 030, climbing to 6,000 feet, waiting for radar vectors to FZ. Charlie 69, radio check.
Charlie 69, readability 5.
Fuck.
Charlie 69, contact non-chunk control 120.5. Have a good afternoon.
Control on 120.5. You have a good afternoon as well. Charlie 69. Control Charlie 69. Flight level 060.
Charlie 69, non-Chong control. Identified. Climb to flight level 236.
Climb to flight level 236. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, turn left, heading 250. Expect further clearance in about 15 miles.
Turn left heading 250. Expect further clearance in about 15 miles. Charlie 69.
Non-Chong control. Shandong 4667. Flight level 111.
Shandong 4667, non-Chong control. Identified.
Charlie 69. Requesting flight level 130.
Charlie 69, enable your flight east to the south and flight level 130 is an odd-numbered flight level. Please pick an even altitude.
Flight level 120. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, confirm new cruise altitude flight level 120.
Affirmative. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, roger. New cruise altitude flight level 120. Charlie 69, turn left, heading 205.
Turn left heading 205. Charlie 69. I'm going to ignore it. What happened to those clouds? They just kind of disappeared.
China Eastern 2757, contact Shenyang control 118.9. Center on 118.9. China Eastern 2757.
Oh, our new flight plan is...
Capital Jet 5617,
Contact Shenyang Control 118.9er. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9er. Capital Jet 5617.
$2,575. I think this is the wrong plane. As in, it's not the executive model. I think this is just the default model. The fuel levels are mismatched. And I think it was mismatched before too. Clear skies over southern Beijing. Actually, this might not be Beijing at all. It might be a different city.
Charlie 69, cleared direct FC. Resume own navigation.
Cleared direct FC. Resuming on navigation. Charlie 69. Thank you. This should be a relatively short flight. I'm kind of surprised that there aren't that many places of POIs that the game shows us. Like, it's a pretty sizable city, right? No POIs. I wonder if there's a mod that increases, like changes what kind of POIs are shown to the player. Like, if there's like a notable mountain or a lake, it can show that as a POI so that I can easily see what it is. Like, that lake probably has a name. I would like to know what it is. As of now, I have to like manually go into Google Maps and then cross-reference the in-game map with the Google Maps map and then figure out what it is.
Launch control, Sienna 334, flight level 185.
Sienna 334, launch on control. Good afternoon. Radar contact. Continue climb to flight level 200.
Continue climb to flight level 200, Sienna 334.
What is that? Hard to tell. There's like a little green field in the middle of the mountain, on top of the mountain. strange. Maybe it's like a military. Maybe it's like a military facility. Reminds me of the military facilities in the Korean military. I was in like the 7th Division, the Mountain Infantry Division, and I was assigned to a artillery battalion. And for training, for like most of the training facilities were up in the fucking mountains. So of course you have to walk your way there. So the shooting range was on like a steep incline on the side of a mountain. It will take like 30 minutes to walk up from the base. It was a pain. No stairs, just gotta walk up a very gravelly, high sloped road. And then it was like a field training facility, which was also on a mountain, and it kind of looked like that, right? There's like a raised area on top of a mountain with sloped training grounds. Like almost every training facility was on a slope, and I guess they were consistent with the theme of like being the Mountain Infantry Division. Even though I was in an artillery battalion. Honestly, the landscape here, this place looks more like South Korea, right? Compared to Jilin, where we were up in the northeast. That place looked more different. This looks almost identical to South Korea, which is not surprising because we're about on the same equator line, right? What's the thing? The horizontal line, whatever the fuck. Like not the equator. The equator is the middle, but like, you know, all the fucking lines. Longitude, latitude. About the same. As we go further south, it should become more of a rainforest, get a little bit more moist, more swampy, I guess. And once we get to South Asia, it should be really, really hot and humid.
China Southern 696. You were assigned flight level 255. I show you at flight level 244. Climb to flight level 255.
Roger. Climb to flight level 255. China Southern 696.
What are those? What the fuck are those? That looks... That looks like water. This one doesn't look like water. It looks like a building of some kind, but that looks like water. Oh, very strange.
Shenzhen Air 9793. Flight present heading. Climb to flight level 115. Expect further clearance in about 28 miles.
Flight present heading. Climb to flight level 115, Shenzhen Air 9793.
Shenzhen Air 9793. Cleared direct XTX. Resume all navigation.
Cleared direct XDX. Resume all navigation, Shenzhen Air 9793.
Nanchang Control, Shandong 4842, flight level 160.
Shandong 4842, Nanchang Control, radar contact. Charlie 69, you're off course. Cleared direct FD. Resume all navigation.
Clear direct FZ. Resuming on navigation. Charlie 69. I don't know why my fuel isn't being updated with this. We do have some traffic.
Welcome to my party, we're just getting started. A life is a dream or a nightmare scarring. Hand me a drink cause I think I'm going all in. Get me a shrink who can catch me when I'm falling. Cover up my scars, flip the handlebars. Crashing in my car, wake up in a bar. I'll be a superstar, just on my avatar. This world is so bizarre, empty out the reservoir. Yeah.
Shandong 4715. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9.
Center on 118.9er, Shandong 4715. Bye-bye.
So I'm taking 6 shots all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get
Charlie 69, requesting 6,000 feet. I wanna fly low. We'll go up high when we're over the ocean.
Charlie 69, you broke up. Say again altitude.
Requesting 6,000 feet. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, I didn't get that altitude. Say again altitude.
Flight level 060.
Charlie 69, confirm new altitude 6,000 feet.
Affirmative, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, roger. Descend to 6,000 feet.
Descend to 6,000 feet. Charlie 69.
Shandong 4842. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9er.
Contact Shenyang Control 118.9er, Shandong 4842.
Nanchang Control, China Southern 6710, flight level 104.
China Southern 6710, non-Chong control, identified.
Hold on, these clouds are so low. The heck? Message. Where is the message?
China Southern 696, Rupit 01 Alpha, runway 10. Report ready for descent.
Rupit 01 Alpha, runway 10, ready for descent. China Southern 696.
China Southern 696, descent to
What's the
3,000
message?
feet. QNH 1008.
Descend to 3,000 feet. China Southern 696. Non-Chong control, China Southern 5809, flight level 195.
China Southern 5809, non-Chong control, radar contact. China Southern 696. Contact Shenyang, control 118.9.
Center on 118.9, China Southern 696.
There's a message clear button. Message clear. Oh, there we go. Maybe this was a long flight. What's the time here?
United Eagle 2755. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9.
Center on 118.9. United Eagle 2755.
Well, I can't see much of anything because of these clouds. So I guess I'll go back up. Charlie 69 requesting flight level 120.
Charlie 69. Confirm new altitude flight level 120.
Negative. Flight level 160. Charlie 69. Go higher. Charlie 69 requesting flight level 160.
Charlie 69. Confirm new altitude flight level 160.
Affirmative. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69. Roger. Climb to flight level 160.
Climb to flight level 160. Charlie 69. This should give us a nice boost to our speed.
Love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything.
Airbus helicopters, Qingdao. Can I make it stop flickering? $12,000 feet.
I'm so gone. No, I'm never turning back. I won't stop. I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so what? You're gonna be hurting bad. Cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad. I stay strong. You will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math. When I hate, I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal.
Damn. I can barely see the ground. This game does have really nice clouds though. I think my clouds are on high settings. I think that was the right call. Oh.
Control.
Maybe the clouds update based on real-time data, so that's why it kind of like fades in and out. Maybe.
4923. Nanchang control. Radar contact.
Since the updates won't be smooth, right? The data points will have some time intervals between them. Or maybe it's procedurally generated. I don't know.
Shandong 4923. You were assigned flight level 155. I show you at flight level 165. Descend to flight level 155.
Let's see.
Welcome. Descend to flight level
Looking
155.
for
Shandong 4923.
China Southern 6555. Contact Shenyang Control 118.9er. Have a good afternoon.
Center on 118.9er. China Southern 6555.
Nanchang Control. China Eastern 2944. Good afternoon. Flight level 215.
China Eastern 2944. Nanchang Control. Radar contact.
I'm taking shots at the enemy. I'm gonna make it to the top, leave a legacy. If I got something to say, you better let me speak.
Sorry about that.
Turn it up a new degree, bitch, you ain't seen anything. I pop off with the new rock, a
Nonchang Control, China Southern 6321. Good afternoon. Flight level 359er.
China Southern 6321. Nonchang Control. Radar contact.
Don't wanna test your luck with me. I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are half-nots.
Looks like the clouds are just like generated. People are saying there's like a mod for the 2020 version that supposedly has like the best clouds in flight simulator games. Corrects atmosphere or something. I mean, these look pretty good for someone who hasn't been in flight simulator games before. There's a lot of fucking clouds though. We are at 260 true airspeed. I wonder how long this flight is going to take. Where are we, by the way? Let me open up Google Maps just to see where we are. We are at Shandong. Shandong.
Shandong is a coastal province in East China. Shandong has played a major role in Shandong is a coastal province in East China. Shandong has played a major role in Chinese history since the beginning of Chinese civilization along the lower reaches of the Yellow River. It has served as a pivotal cultural and religious center for Taoism, Chinese Buddhism, and Confucianism. Shandong's Mount Tai is the most revered mountain of Taoism and a site with one of the longest histories of continuous religious worship in the world. The Buddhist temples in the mountains south of the provincial capital of Jinan were once among the foremost Buddhist sites in China. The city of Xiufu was the birthplace of Confucius, and later became the center of Confucianism. Shandong's location at the intersection of ancient and modern north, south and east-west trading routes has helped establish it as an economic center. After a period of political instability and economic hardship beginning in the late 19th century, Shandong has experienced rapid growth in recent decades. Home to over 100 million inhabitants, Shandong is the world's sixth most populous subnational entity and China's second most populous province. The economy of Shandong is China's third largest provincial economy with a GDP of CNY 8.3 trillion, $1.3 trillion in 2021, equivalent to the GDP of Mexico. If considered among sovereign states, Shandong would rank as the 15th largest economy and the 15th most populous as of 2021. Its GDP per capita is around the national average. Shandong is one of China's leading provinces in education and research. It has 153 higher education institutions, ranking second in East China after Jiangsu and fourth among all Chinese first-level divisions after Jiangsu, Guangdong, and Henan. As of 2024, the Nature Index ranked two major cities in Shandong, Jinan number 31 and Qingdao number 38 in the global top 40 cities by scientific research outlet. Etymology. Shandang's name literally means east of the mountains, from mountain and east. The name refers to the province's location to the east of the Taihang Mountains. A common nickname for Shandong is Qilu, from the states of Qi and Lu that existed in the area during the spring and autumn period. Whereas Qi was a major political power, Lu played only a minor political role but became renowned as the home of Confucius, and its cultural influence. Influence came to eclipse that of Qi. The cultural legacy of Lu is reflected in the province's official abbreviation of Lu. History. Ancient history. Remains of ancient Linzi city sewer passing underneath the former city wall. A Song-era monument to a legendary native of Shandong, the Yellow Emperor, at his supposed birthplace. With its location on the eastern edge of the North China Plain, Shandong was home to a succession of Neolithic cultures for millennia, including the Holy, circa 6500 to 5500 BC, Beixin, circa 5300 to 4100 BC, Daanku, circa 4100 to 2600 BC, Longshan, circa 3000 to 2000 BC, and Yueshur cultures, circa 1900 to 1500 BC. The Shang and Zhou dynasties exerted varying degrees of control over western Shandong, while eastern Shandong was inhabited by Dongyi peoples, who were considered barbarians by the inhabitants of the Central Plain. Following the annexation of Lai by the state of Qi in 567 BC, the Dongyi gradually became Sinicized. During the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, power was accumulated by regional states. Shandong was home to the state of Qi based in Linzi, and the state of Lu based in Siufu. Lu is famous for being the home of Confucius. However, it was comparatively small, eventually being annexed by the neighboring state of Chu to its south. Meanwhile, Qi was a significant power throughout the entire period, and ruled cities including Linzi, Jima, near modern Qingdao, and Zhu. Imperial history. The Qin dynasty conquered Qi and founded the first centralized Chinese state in 221 BC. The Han dynasty that followed created several commanderies supervised by two regions, in what is now modern Shandong, Qingzhou, in the north and Yanzhou, in the south. During the Three Kingdoms period, Shandong was part of the northern kingdom of Chao Wei, which ruled over northern China. After the Three Kingdoms period, a brief period of unity under the Western Jin dynasty gave way to invasions by nomadic peoples from the north. Northern China, including Shandong, was overrun. Over the next century or so, Shandong changed hands several times, falling to the later Zhao, then former Yan, then former Qin, then later Yan, then southern Yan, then the Liu Song dynasty, and finally the Northern Wei dynasty, the first of the northern dynasties during the Northern and Southern dynasties period. Shandong stayed with the northern dynasties for the rest of this period. In 412 AD, the Chinese Buddhist monk Faxian landed at Laoshan, on the southern edge of the Shandong Peninsula, and proceeded to Qingzhou to edit and translate the scriptures he had brought back from India. The Sui dynasty re-established unity in 589, and the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907, presided over the next golden age of China. For the earlier part of this period, Shandong was ruled as part of Hunan Circuit, one of the circuits, a political division. Later on, China splintered into warlord factions, resulting in the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period. Shandong was part of the Five Dynasties, all based in the north. The Song dynasty reunified China in the late 10th century. The classic novel Water Margin was based on folk tales of outlaw bands active in Shandong during the Song dynasty. In 1996, the discovery of over 200 buried Buddhist statues at Qingzhou was hailed as a major archaeological find. The statues included early examples of painted figures and are thought to have been buried due to Emperor Huizong's repression of Buddhism. He favored Taoism. The Song dynasty was forced to cede northern China to the Jurchen Jin dynasty in 1142. Shandong was administered by Jin as Shandong East Circuit and Shandong West Circuit, the first use of its current name. Early modern history. Linqing City, with a view of the Grand Canal. Drawing by William Alexander, draftsman of the McCartney Embassy to China in 1793. The modern province of Shandong was created by the Ming dynasty, where it had a more expansive territory, including the agricultural part of Liaoning. After the Ming-Qing transition in 1644, Shandong acquired, more or less, its current borders. On July 25, 1668, an earthquake with an estimated magnitude of 8.5 and an epicenter just northeast of Lini devastated Shandong, and killed between 43,000 and 50,000 people. During the 19th century, China became increasingly exposed to Western influence. Shandong, a coastal province under the dukedom of Xiang, was significantly affected. Qingdao was leased to Germany in 1897 and Weihai to Britain in 1898. As a result of foreign pressure from the Russian Empire, which had annexed Outer Manchuria by 1860, the Qing encouraged settlement of Shandong people to what remained of Manchuria. Shandong was one of the first places where the Boxer Rebellion broke out, and became one of the centers of the uprising. In 1899, Qing General Yuan Shikai was appointed governor of the province to suppress the uprising. He held the post for 3 years. Street market in Qingdao during the late 19th century. Germany took control of the peninsula in 1898, leasing Jiaozhou Bay and its port of Qingdao under threat of force. Development was a high priority for the Germans. Over 200 million marks were invested in world-class harbor facilities, including berths, heavy machinery, rail yards, and a floating dry dock. Private enterprises worked across the Shandong province, opening mines, banks, factories, and rail lines. As a consequence of the First World War, Japan seized German holdings in Qingdao and Shandong. The 1919 Treaty of Versailles transferred ownership to Japan instead of restoring Chinese sovereignty over the area. Popular dissatisfaction with this outcome, referred to as the Shandong Problem, led to the vehement student protests in the May 4th movement. Among the reservations to the treaty that the United States Senate Committee on Foreign Relations approved was to give Shandong to China. The treaty with reservations was not approved. Finally, Shandong reverted to Chinese control in 1922 after the United States mediation during the Washington Naval Conference. Weihai followed in 1930. 1912 German map of the Shandong Peninsula, showing the Kyotsku Bay concession. Shandong's return of control fell into the warlord era of the Republic of China. Shandong was handed over to the Zhili clique of warlords, but after the Second Zhili-Fengtian War of 1924, the northeast China-based Fengtian clique took over. In April 1925, the Fengtian clique installed the warlord Zhang Zongcheng, nicknamed the Dog Meat General, as military governor of Shandong Province. Time dubbed him China's basest warlord. He ruled over the province until 1928, when he was ousted in the wake of the Northern Expedition. He was succeeded by Han Fujiu, who was loyal to the warlord Feng Yuxiang but later switched his allegiance to the Nanjing government headed by Chiang Kai-shek. Han Fujiu also ousted the warlord Liu Zhenyan, nicknamed the King of Shandong East, who ruled eastern Shandong Province, hence unifying the province under his rule. In 1937, Japan began its invasion of China proper in the Second Sino-Japanese War, which would eventually become part of the Pacific theater of the Second World War. Han Fujiu was made Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the 5th War Area and put in charge of defending the lower Yellow River Valley. However, he abandoned his base in Jinan when Japanese troops crossed the Yellow River. He was executed for not following orders shortly thereafter. During the Japanese occupation, with resistance continuing in the countryside, Shandong was one of the provinces where the scorched earth three-alls policy, kill all, burn all, and loot all, was implemented by Japanese General Yasuji Okamura. This lasted until Japan's surrender in 1945, killing millions of people in Shandong and northern China. By 1945, Communist Chinese Red Army forces already held some parts of Shandong. Over the next 4 years of the Chinese Civil War, they expanded their holdings, eventually driving the
I want to
Kuomintang,
see the coastline.
government of the Republic of China, out of Shandong to the island of Taiwan by June 1949, including a noble of the Xiong
Gonna head over
family
to the
who held the
coastline.
governorship,
And I think I'll have to cut
previously a
this
dukedom
flight
during the
short.
imperial era, and an ancient viscountcy originating in Chu. The People's Republic of China was proclaimed in October of that year. Under the new government, parts of western Shandong were initially given to the short-lived
So I might
Pingyuan
make
province,
a
but this did not last.
unauthorized
Shandong also acquired
landing
the
in one
Suzhou
of
and
these airports.
Lianyungang
I just
areas
wanna
from Jiangsu
check,
province,
see.
but this did not last either. For the most part, Shandong has kept the same borders that it has today.
I want to land
About
on
6
a
million people
supported
starved to death in
airfield.
Shandong during the Great Chinese Famine. In recent years, Shandong, especially eastern Shandong, has enjoyed significant economic development, becoming one of the People's Republic of China's richest provinces.
ESLG.
Geography. The sacred Mount Tai. View of Rongqing from a hill. Shandong is on the eastern edge of the North China Plain and in the lower reaches of the Yellow River, and extends out to sea as the Shandong Peninsula. Shandong borders the Bohai Sea to the north, Hebei to the northwest, Hunan to the west, Jiangsu to the south, and the Yellow Sea to the northeast, east, and southeast. It shares a short border with Anhui between Hunan and Jiangsu. The northwestern, western, and southwestern parts of the province are all part of the vast North China Plain. The province's center is more mountainous, with Mount Tai being the most prominent. The east of the province is the hilly Shandong Peninsula extending into the sea. Miaotou Archipelago to the north of Shandong Peninsula is the border of Bohai Sea, west, and Yellow Sea, east. The highest peak of Shandong is Jade Emperor Peak, with a height of 1,545 meters, 5,069 feet, which is also the highest peak in the Mount Tai ranges. The Yellow River passes through Shandong's western areas. Since 1855, it has always been entering the sea to Shandong's northern coast. In Shandong, it flows on a levee, higher than the surrounding land, and dividing western Shandong into the Hai-He watershed in the north and the Huai River watershed in the south. The Grand Canal of China enters Shandong from the northwest and leaves on the southwest. Weishan Lake is the largest lake in the province. Shandong's coastline is 3,000 kilometers, 1,900 miles, long.
Connected.
Shandong Peninsula has a rocky coastline with cliffs, bays, and islands. Laizhou Bay, the southernmost of the 3 bays of the Bohai Sea, is bordering the northern coast between Dongying and Penglai. Jiaozhou Bay, which is much smaller, is surrounded by Qingdao. The Miaotou Islands extends northwards from the northernmost coast of the peninsula, separating the Bohai Sea and the Yellow Sea. With Jinan serving as the province's economic and cultural center, the province's economic prowess has led to the development of modern coastal cities located at Qingdao, Weihai, and Yantai. Climate. Shandong has a temperate climate, humid continental, Köppen DWA. It is bordering humid subtropical, CWA, under the Köppen climate classification, in the
Squawk
south.
0116.
Generally,
Charlie 69.
summers are hot, typical max 35 degrees Celsius, and rainy, except for eastern parts of Jiaodong Peninsula, typical max 28 degrees Celsius, and Mount Tai, typical max 20
Launch on
degrees
control.
Celsius,
Charlie
while
69.
winters are
Good
cold and
afternoon.
dry.
Flight level 163.
Average temperatures are -9 to 1 degree Celsius, 16 to 34 degrees Fahrenheit. In January and 18 to 28 degrees Celsius, 64 to 82 degrees Fahrenheit, in July. Annual precipitation is 550 to 950 millimeters, 22 to 37 in,
Wilco.
the vast
Clear
majority
direct
of which
FC.
occurs
Resumo
during summer,
navigation.
due to
Charlie
monsoonal
69.
influences. Geology. Shandong is part of the eastern block of the North China Craton. Beginning in the Mesozoic, Shandong has undergone a crustal thinning that is unusual for a craton,
Clock
and that has reduced the
0116.
thickness of the crust
Charlie
from
69.
200 kilometers, 120
Okay, we're
miles,
gonna make an
to as
emergency
little
landing.
as 80 kilometers, 50 miles. Shandong has hence experienced extensive volcanism in the tertiary. Some geological formations in Shandong are rich in fossils. For example, Zhuchang in southeastern Shandong has been the site of discovering many dinosaur fossils. In 2008, about 7,600 dinosaur
Climb to
bones
flight
from
level 240.
Tyrannosaurus,
Charlie 69.
Ankylosaurus, and other genera were found, likely the largest collection ever discovered at one location. Politics. Tomb of the 59th generation senior descendant of Confucius, Kong
Charlie
Yanjin.
69 requests direct
Many
fix.
generations of the senior branch, direct descendants of Confucius, ruled the Xiufu area as its feudal rulers.
Charlie 69.
Main articles, Politics of Shandong and List of provincial leaders of the People's Republic of China. The Shandong Provincial People's Congress is the highest organ of state power in Shandong Province
Request
and
direct to
Shandong's
Judeo,
provincial
Charlie
legislature.
69.
Its standing committee exercises the majority of the power of the Shandong Provincial People's Congress. The current chairman of
Charlie
the standing
69.
committee is Li Gongjiak. The Shandong Provincial People's Government is the state administration in Shandong Province. Its main officials are elected and appointed by the Shandong Provincial People's Congress. The provincial government reports to Shandong Provincial People's Congress and State Council of the People's Republic of China. The current governor of Shandong is Zhou Naixiang.
Request flight level
Economy.
0.
As of 1832, Shandong was exporting
70.
fruits, vegetables,
Charlie
wine,
69.
drugs, and deerskin, often heading to Guangzhou to exchange clothing and fabrics. The economy of Shandong is China's third largest provincial.
Heading 245. Expect further clearance in about 1 to 7 miles.
Turn left heading 245. Expect further clearance in about 127 miles. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69. Turn left. Heading 305.
Turn left heading 305. Request flight level 090.
Charlie 69. Enable your flight to the southwest and 9,000 feet is an odd-numbered flight level. Please stick to even altitude.
Request flight level 060.
Charlie 69. Confirm you cruise altitude 6,000 feet.
Affirmative. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69. Roger. You cruise altitude 6,000 feet.
Well, it kind of works actually. I was afraid that the BATC would completely bug out, but it doesn't. You just have to go through the clearance and take off, pretend that you took off, and then once you switch on to center or center control, it seems to be fine. Maybe tomorrow I'll just do a complete VFR flight. I wonder how that might work with BATC. I could just have a departure and arrival set, and then just go off course. It'll still be about, what, 10-15 minutes?
Provincial
Until
economy
we
with a
reach the airport?
GDP of 8.3 trillion Chinese yuan in 2021 or 1.3 trillion US dollars in nominal, which is equivalent to the GDP of Mexico. Its GDP per capita is around the national average. Compared to a country, it would be the 15th largest economy and the 15th most populous as of 2021. Shandong ranks first among the provinces in the production of a variety of products, including cotton, wheat, and garlic, as well as precious metals such as gold and diamonds. It also has one of the biggest sapphire deposits in the world. Other important crops include sorghum and maize. Shandong has extensive petroleum deposits as well, especially the Xingli oil field, lit. Victory oil field, in the Dongying area in the Yellow River Delta. Shandong also produces bromine from underground wells and salt from seawater. It is the largest agricultural exporter in China. Shandong is one of China's richest provinces, and its economic development focuses on large enterprises with well-known brand names. Shandong is the biggest industrial producer and one of the top manufacturing provinces in China. Shandong has also benefited from South Korean and Japanese investment in tourism, due to its geographical proximity to those countries. The richest part of the province is the Shandong Peninsula, where the city of Qingdao is home to three of the most well-known brand names of China: Tsingtao Beer, Haier, and Hisense. Besides, Dongying's oil fields and petroleum industries form an important component of Shandong's economy. Despite the primacy of Shandong's energy sector, the province has also been plagued with problems of inefficiency and ranks as the largest consumer of fossil fuels in all of China. Historical GDP of Shandong Province, 1952 present, SNA 2008, purchasing power parity of Chinese yuan, as international dollar based on IMF WEO October 2017. Year. GDP. GDP per capita, GDP-PC, based on mid-year population. Reference
Balls.
index.
Just lots of
GDP in
balls.
millions.
Charlie 69.
Real growth, percent. GDP-PC. Exchange rate 1 foreign currency to CNY.
Negative. Climb to flight level
CNY.
240.
USD. PPP, Intel dollar.
Speed.
CNY.
Speed.
USD. PPP, Intel dollar.
Speed.
1 US dollar. Intel dollar. 1 PPP. 2016. 6,802,449. 1,024,110. 1,943,057.
Climb to flight level 240.
7.6. 68,733.
Maybe this is a little bit too...
10,348. 19,633. 6.6423. 3.5009. 2015. 6,393,074. 1,026,439. 1,801,120. 8.0. 65,114. 10,450.
Fuck is it reading? Anyways. Let's see what happens if we fly VFR towards the airport. And then I'll just turn on... Yeah, if I get closer to the airport and then turn on the radio, will I just get the... Will I just get assigned an approach? That way I can just like take off from an airport, do IFR takeoffs, and once we reach like cruising altitude, like the cruising phase of our flight plan, I could just turn off the radio communications and then just go my own way. Because so far it's been more of an IFR guided flight than just sightseeing. I want to do a little bit more sightseeing, look at the landscape a little bit more. And to do that, I need to be off course. It is so difficult to see the ocean. Oh, there it is. I also found out what XTOC means. It's the intercept to the path. Which is pretty cool. I don't think other planes did that. We should be approaching the coastline. Yep. Have an approach? No. I think we can always just tune in to the arrival airport's tower and then ask for an approach. Let's try to go down a little bit more. I will just cruise along the coastline. I think those are fisheries, right? Let me guess, this is mainly for fuel. Those might be fuel tanks. Looks like the area is clearing up. I did get a weather warning where I am right now. Apparently there's supposed to be a lot of rain tonight. Another... It doesn't look like a canal. More like a very well maintained waterway. More farms. Bathing beach. Stadium? A bathing beach. It's nice. It looks like a decently sized city. Like a very waterfront heavy city for tourists and summer vacations. And they might be building another port, like a container port or something. Is it just me, or does the game generation really prefer blue buildings? I've seen a lot of blue buildings. It's much better to like sightsee what these areas look like when I'm doing a VFR flight like this. I think people call this like bush flying or bush flights. When you're like really close to the ground. So many ports for logistics. There's lots and lots of ports.
I grew up in a place where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page. but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things, what could go wrong, what fame brings, but success is a finicky thing. And if you ain't sure, no, it'll never be. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. Change my fate, you won't understand it. All alone, that's okay. People I can't stand them.
Jesus, they built a lot of shit along the coastline. Holy. Ports upon ports upon ports. How many fucking ports do you need? Jesus.
I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Doing no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad.
I just wanna stay bad, stay mad. Chip on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back.
I wonder if these like towns and cities that we see on the coastline are like more upscale places for people to live in, because the neighborhoods look more, whatchamacallit, clean and tidy in terms of the way that they are laid out, which makes me think if these are like vacation houses or upscale suburbias with like close to the beach, so they get higher value real estate. The buildings look terrible because my computer can't handle it, but I actually don't know how property laws work in China. If I remember correctly, like it's a technically you can buy, like technically you're not buying property in China. What you're doing is leasing it from the government. but like the lease agreement's like over 100 years long. So in practice, you are buying property. It's just nominally, it's still public property, like public. It's owned by the public, which really means the government. I don't know if all property purchases work like that in China, but I do know that it used to be like that in some parts of the country. And it's also more complicated because I think you get region locked in terms of where you can buy housing. If you're from a rural area, you used to have like different identifications and shit. So you actually couldn't like move out of your region freely. You need to get like permissions and stuff. I believe they got rid of the duals, like I think China got rid of the rural urban identification system because of international condemnation of that system. Like a lot of rural people from the rural China would illegally, basically they would try to illegally enter metropolitan areas because they wanted to find better jobs and better housing, but then because they didn't have proper work permits, they were targeted by criminal organizations. They were susceptible to abusive workplaces, corruption. They needed to bribe city officials just to not get caught. It was a whole thing, I believe. I think they did get rid of the system officially, but I don't know if they still have some discrimination for people who come from the countryside. Charlie 69, flight level 5,000 feet.
Charlie 69, non-Choom control. Expect radar vectors. ILS Yankee runway 03.
Expect radar vectors. ILS Yankee 03. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, turn right, heading 215.
Turn right, heading 215.
China Eastern 2734. You are assigned flight level 240. I show you at flight level 229. Climb to flight level 240.
Welcome. Climb to flight level 240. China Eastern 2734.
I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. Just want a life
Charlie 69, turn left, heading 135. Vectors for Lianyungang Watershed Airport.
Turn left, heading 135. Vectors for airport. Charlie 69.
Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah.
Maintain 200 knots. Charlie 69. What is my current approach?
Charlie 69, your current approach is ILSY 3.
If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for
Air travel 7148, non-chunk control. Expect Pimo 11 Alpha, runway 21.
to feel sun inside when it's pouring.
Expect Pimo 11 Alpha, runway 21, air travel 7148.
Sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be great.
China Eastern 2734, non-chunk control. Expect Alpha 12.
I think they're gonna have me wrap around like that.
Expect Alpha 12, runway 24, China Eastern 2734.
Charlie 69, turn right, heading 195.
Turn right, heading 195, Charlie 69.
Negative, turn right, heading 195.
Turn right, heading 195.
I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so
Negative, turn right, heading 195.
stressed that I feel so depressed when I can't seem to get out.
But something deep inside won't let
Turn right, heading 195, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, radar vectors, ILS Yankee runway 03. Report ready for descent.
Expecting radar vectors, ILS Yankee 03. Ready for descent. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, Yanyingdong Wabushan Airport landing runway 03.
Runway 03.
I'm inspired by worth.
Charlie
Desire
69.
your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse.
Charlie 69 QNH expect radar vectors for ILS Yankee runway 03.
UNH expect radar vectors for ILS 03. Charlie 69.
Air travel 7148, descend to flight level 089er.
Descend to flight level 089er, air travel 7148.
Gotta focus on yourself, on your faith, on your dreams, on your mind, on your health, yeah. You gotta work.
Charlie 69, descend to 3,000 feet.
Push and pull and repel any hate.
Descend to 3,000 feet. Charlie 69.
And once you finally get a taste of the race, you'll never look back once you felt that.
Charlie 69, turn right, heading 220, vector for the approach.
Turn right, heading 220. Vectors for approach. Yeah, this kind of works. You can just kind of ignore the in route and just go VFR flying. As long as you make it back to the, as long as you like make your way back to like the destination airport, I think you're fine.
Yo, I think about
about others way before myself, yeah. I guess that's why I feel like I go through hell, damn. Wasting time on your dreams instead of mine, yeah. About to turn this franchise around on a dime, man. It's all about finding your right state of mind. It's all about turning the worst into fine. It's all about time and the work and the climb. From the thirst we will rise, I'm immersed in this life. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first.
109.55. Already set.
Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change.
Wait, can't I just intercept now?
You keep struggling, bitch, I'm humbling. Keep mumbling, I'll keep doubling. You keep bluffing, you've got nothing. I'll keep hustling.
China Eastern 2734, move for 12, runway 24. Report ready for the bed.
I've had a taste of evil and tried to cure the sick.
Alpha 12, runway 24, ready for descent. China Eastern 2734.
Head down and focus on the facts. I'm setting down gravel.
China Eastern 2734, descend to flight level 118.
While you're just too scared to act, I'll leave the knife right in my
Descend to
back.
flight level 118. China Eastern 2734.
Bitch, I'm humbling. Keep mumbling, I'll keep doubling. You keep bluffing, you've got nothing. I'll keep hustling.
Charlie 69, turn right, heading 0905.
Coming right, heading 0905.
Autopilot.
Charlie 69 established on approach.
Charlie 69, roger, stay approach.
ILS 03. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, you're already assigned ILS Yankee runway 03. I'm there now. Charlie 69, turn right, heading 110.
Turn right, heading 110.
Everything is
happens when I reverse thrust in the air? Doesn't even let you do it. Yep.
Speed. Speed.
Plane is definitely tricky to manage the throttles while I'm landing.
Charlie 69, turn right, heading 120.
Oh. I need to end my flight. Come on.
Got a taste, can't erase bitterness in my face. Work a job every day till your dreams fade away. Like a card, never change. Play the game, now we say.
Charlie 69, turn right, heading 120.
Staying strong, need to move on to be what I want. I'll keep dreaming on. I'm staying strong, need to move on to be what I want. I'll keep dreaming on.
Charlie 69, non-channel control.
On when I chase like that, yeah, I play so strong with a knife in the back. I'ma swing home run like a baseball.
My balls control.
You can hate on that. I don't play both sides, doing me no cap. I'm a ride or die for my dreams on tap. I'ma fly real high, you ain't see me stack.
Negative, turn right, heading 120.
Okay. I made an unauthorized landing at this airport. I do want to end my stream. Which airport is this?
Negative, turn right, heading 120.
Turn it off. This reverse thruster is a bit powerful. I'm going to end my stream here. We are at the SLG. Dian.
Don't wanna sleep in, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella shit.
Oh my goodness. Airport. Tomorrow we will take off from this airport. I think I want to stick with this airplane for now. It's slightly faster than the DA62 and I think it's pretty easy to fly. So tomorrow we will go along the coastline. I might try to look up some places that we might visit. Okay, this might be cool to visit. We might go like here or something. How about we visit this place? Move down and go over to Taiwan. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. This is the desert. Nothing much to see here. Maybe I can take a jet and fly over there. Like fly over this way. Go over the Himalayas when we are visiting India. But yeah, tomorrow I think I'll plan something like this. So that we can see some of the inland parts and then move over to Taiwan. And then continue southward towards Southeast Asia. Okay, go. Well, it's been 11 hours, so I think I'll call it here. I really enjoy these streams. I guess it's a little bit self-obnoxious because all I'm doing is flying around, almost on autopilot, just taking in the view. But if you want to come join me and just chat and talk about some things while we're flying, you can always join me on the live streams. All of these videos are live streams, by the way. You just don't see the chat because no one's here. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, then you did. I'm not gonna ask you like comment or give a like or whatever. You already know. If you like a video, you already do that anyway. So that's it for me today. Goodbye. More flying tomorrow. Gonna visit Taiwan. Definitely a country, a sovereign nation, Taiwan. I fully expect my video to be censored in China, although I think YouTube is censored in China. Never mind. Bye.